creation. With humbleness of heart, these things I ask, with thanksgivings in our Savior's precious name. Amen. May all join me with our Father prayer at this time. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Pastor Evelyn. You may be seated. Before we begin, just a few housekeeping matters. Kindly ensure that all phones and/or devices are on silent or vibrate for the duration of this proceedings. Thank you. Next item.
Confirmation of minutes.
Honorable members, minutes were circulated with the order paper. Are there any amendments for minutes dated 24th July 2025? Amendments for minutes dated 11th August 2025? Amendments for minutes dated 6th October 2025? Amendments for minutes dated 17th October 2025? Well, I recognize the Honorable Attorney General.
Madam Speaker, given that there are no proposed amendments, I beg to move the confirmation of the minutes of the National Assembly for the sittings dated 24th July 2025, 11th August 2025, 6th October 2025, and 17th October 2025.
I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 4.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second that motion.
The question is that the minutes dated 24th July 2025, 11th August 2025, 6th October 2025, 17th October 2025 be confirmed. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Next item.
Messages from the Governor General.
There are no messages.
Announcements by the Speaker.
Just a few. Members, I am in receipt, or my office rather, is in receipt of notices of absence from the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 3 and the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 7. Additionally, we have some very important people in our gallery this morning. I must make mention of the Secretary General for the St. Kitts Nevis National Commission for UNESCO, Ambassador Neris Dockery, and I see a number of persons from the Ministry of Environment, the Ministry of Climate Action, and the Ministry of Constituency Empowerment. Welcome to today's sitting. Those are the announcements for this morning. Additionally, let me make mention of the fact that I read it into the record before, but it's pertinent to today's debate. And so I will read the fiat into the record as well for today. The fiat reads, in pursuance of Section 43 of the St. Christopher and Nevis Constitution Order 1983, and acting in accordance with the advice of the Cabinet, I recommend for the introduction into the National Assembly the following. The National Conservation and Environment Management Bill 2024, and we dealt with two other bills which are not relevant to today. But the fiat is dated the 14th day of June 2024, and it was signed by Dame Marcella Liebert, Governor General. And this is a signification of the Minister in respect of the matter that was stated above in accordance with the Standing Order Rules 25 and 54. So that authorizes our debate for today. That is the fiat. Next item, please.
Presentation of papers and of reports from committees. Petitions.
We'll deal with it. Just a second. We'll deal with it, no? Very well. Honorable members, Standing Order 17 permits this Parliament to receive petitions either directly from members or from the general public through members. This process traces its history to the early 13th century and reforms within Parliament in the 17th century. Petitioning provides a keen avenue for citizenship participation in legislative processes. However, I must note that at this time, petitions do not bind the Parliament, nor do they give rise to immediate debate. Notwithstanding, the National Assembly welcomes this development as affirmation of its responsibility to be an avenue for discourse. That being said, I recognize the Honorable Attorney General to lay the petition.
May it please you, Madam Speaker. I rise to present the following petition standing in my name. The petition was received by the National Assembly on the 7th day of October 2025 from Ms. Kimara Smith, signed solely by Petitioner Smith. It directly addresses her view on needs for reform to Section 90 of the Constitution of St. Christopher and Nevis. The petition reads, "Your petitioner therefore humbly prays that the National Assembly review and reform Section 90 of the Constitution so that descendants of Kittitians and divisions beyond the first generation may reclaim their rightful citizenship and heritage." Madam Speaker, with your permission, I would like to lay the petition before this Honorable House. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Attorney General. Next item, please.
Government notices. Unofficial notices. Questions. Request for leave to move the adjournment of the National Assembly on matters of urgent public importance. Statements by ministers.
I recognize the Honorable Member for St. Christopher 8.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With your leave, I rise to just say a short few things on this particular part of the agenda. Let me, of course, recognize this month as a month to recognize breast cancer. I know they had a walk just recently, which I was not able to attend, but I usually attend every year. And from a Ministry of Health perspective is to say that breast cancer is one of the most common cancers here in St. Kitts and Nevis, and possibly the most common in women. And therefore it is important and imperative that we encourage our women to get their mammogram. The mammogram is an X-ray of the breast. The breast is put under a particular machine and an X-ray is done, and that is analyzed to see if any risk of cancer or cancer is seen, especially in the early stages when things can be done to actually cure the disease. And therefore, I want to encourage all of our women in St. Kitts and Nevis to consult their doctor as to when they should start doing breast cancer screening and breast self-examination as well. The reason why I'm not giving specific ages is, one, risk has to be determined, and then based on your risk profile, your schedule of when you should start breast cancer, the type of modality you should use, and how often you should do it, all that is determined by your risk. So it is not the same as somebody who has a strong family history of breast cancer with respect to another person who has what we'll call average risk for breast cancer. It's not the same if you have a genetic mutation in comparison to someone who does not have that mutation. So therefore, we want to encourage our women to continue to do it. Madam Speaker, I will say, even though cancer is diagnosed most often in women, men die at a higher rate from cancer than women. So I want to make a plug in here for men. Prostate cancer is really wreaking havoc on our men here in St. Kitts and Nevis. We have a urologist at the hospital. A urologist is a specialist in prostate cancer. So we have that service at the hospital. I want men in St. Kitts and Nevis, from the time you hit 40, to have that conversation with your doctor about getting a prostate wellness check. It involves a blood test and also might involve a digital rectal examination, which sounds scary, but from all accounts, it is not painful at all. And Madam Speaker, I have had mine, I must admit, and I will continue to do mine. And I therefore want to encourage all men to have this done as well. And if you have a particular preference, you can, but make sure that you get your prostate examination done so that you can know your status. In this day and age where medicine is so advanced, a lot of persons with prostate cancer can be cured, especially in the early stages. Madam Speaker, I want to speak to another matter to do with health. I just want to say that this week we were able to commission our 5 brand new ambulances in collaboration with TDC Automotive and Toyota. These ambulances have been speaking for some time. They're custom built to deal with our particular situation here in St. Kitts and Nevis, and therefore we expect them to serve our people well. We have also making sure that we never have an ambulance problem again. I remember once there was a young man who died, and I remember when his child mother called in and said the ambulance came and the ambulance did not have any oxygen. I will never forget that. And that has stayed with me, not just as a medical doctor, but as a fellow citizen. And so we have now about 10 ambulances, 10, the most in our history, with 5 brand new ambulances that we expect to serve us for a very long time. And we just recently trained another cadre of EMTs. So the service has enough people now, and we have enough ambulances, and we expect the emergency response to be of high quality, and we'll continue to professionalize the EMS. So I just wanted to put that. I know there was a lot of criticism being laid about where the ambulances, and people were just creating mischief. But as I've said, the ambulances would be here, and they're here. It cost us the whole program to upgrade the EMS, and the ambulances cost us about $2.1 million. But I want, when somebody in Sadler's call for ambulance, a proper ambulance is heading to Sadler's to get that patient. And I want to say to our people here, when you hear the ambulance siren, follow the traffic rules and pull to the side. Give the ambulance all its way so that it can reach quickly to the patient and back to the hospital in quick time, because time is life. It's very important, and therefore I want to encourage our people, move out of the way of the ambulance. Let the ambulance have its way to get to our people. That might be your family member. It could very well be you at some particular time. So we must extend that courtesy as drivers, Madam Speaker. I also want to talk about the MRI building, because again, they are the mischief makers who are out there saying when the MRI is coming. We had to build a particular type of housing for the MRI. As a matter of fact, our MRI housing is one of the most advanced in the region in terms of the outlay of technology, in terms of its structure. We built it to withstand Category 5 hurricanes. That is how we structured the building. And to put an MRI in a building, that building has to be built with specifications. It's not just a regular building or just a room you push the MRI into. An MRI that is to be housed in a building must be housed in a specialized building, so to speak, with specs that are determined by the manufacturer. And so we have been communicating with Philips, who is going to help us to procure that MRI, and we expect the MRI in the first quarter of next year. Philip has been in constant communication with us in terms of the building out of the housing for the MRI, and we are almost at the end. So I want to thank contractor Huggins, his company, Huggins Construction, and his team, who has really done an excellent job, according to Philips, to meet the specifications of what the housing for an MRI should be. This MRI will be the first MRI in the Federation housed. The others we have are containerized, which have their own limitations. Limitations in terms of the size of person that they're going. We have to cater for all of our people, whether they're on the bigger side or on the smaller side. And then that MRI, because it is housed, those ones give a lot more opportunities to diagnose certain diseases, where a containerized one is somewhat limited. Good as well, but limited and not as versatile as one that is housed. And it's about time that the Federation has an MRI as part of the medical equipment, part of its medical equipment outlay, so that people can have proper diagnosis when needed. So I wanted to say that. So, Madam Speaker, there is no real delay. It is because something like this requires this type of attention to detail and specifications, so that we can have the best scenario to have the MRI here in St. Kitts and Nevis. The other thing I would like to touch on is the new hospital that is being built. I know when I announced the new hospital, there were those again who were criticizing for criticizing's sake, saying, why do we need a new hospital? I said that in the era of climate change, we will see Category 5 hurricanes hitting the region, and our hospital cannot withstand a Category 5 hurricane. Rainfall too hard and parts of the hospital start to leak. We just recently had an opportunity to really deal with some of the leakage, but it's not going to totally stop. We have to constantly do it. And I know other attempts had been made to stop the leakage, but it continues because there are issues with the roof that go beyond just repair. And so the reason for the new hospital that I gave is that we might be hit with a Category 5 hurricane, and the last institution that should be standing should be the hospital. And I know people had an opportunity to see what happened in Jamaica. And you see just the hospital roof just lifting off, as if somebody just tear it off, how strong the hurricane was. But Jamaica has a lot of hospitals because of its size. We have in St. Kitts one general hospital. In Nevis, we have one general hospital. If we are hit by a Category 5 and the whole roof gone and there is no services you can offer properly at the hospital, where will our people go? That is the question. And that is why I took that decision. People say, oh, you should have built this first and build that first. I say, yes. But I am dealing with the data I have. And so we are trying to push as hard as possible to get the hospital built, because God has protected us. And I want to thank the pastor for being here this pastor is here a lot. And thank him for his praise. I recognize that, pastor. You are here a lot, Pastor Evelyn. Oh, he's an Evelyn. And I appreciate your own contribution to the National Assembly. And the prayers have really helped, because we have recognized that we have not been hit. And that gives us an opportunity to use that space to plan, but to plan properly. Not to plan for the moment, but to plan for the future that we know we will face. And I think that decision to go after building a hospital that can withstand Category 5 hurricanes, I think if people doubted why that decision was sound, I think based on what they're seeing in Jamaica now, they should at least say, I think the decision was the correct decision. And we will start construction of our hospital in December of 2025. Again, there is no delay, Madam Speaker. To build a hospital, people who are in building and construction, they know that a hospital is one of the most complicated buildings to build, period. It is not like any other room where you just put up 4 walls and a roof and, an AC here and a desk there and so forth. You're talking about where the walls have to be of a certain type of structure, with pipes running through them that can carry oxygen and all these things. Those are very, very specific. The size of the room. Can it help to prevent tuberculosis? What is the sunlight in the room? Can the nurse move around if there's an emergency? A lot of things must be considered in order to construct a hospital. And we are taking, as necessary as possible, the time to make sure that we get it right. We can only get it right once. It must be able to withstand Category 5. It must be able to be certified, because we cannot have a hospital that is certified here in St. Kitts and Nevis. Why? Because the structure of our present hospital has served its time. It's time we move into modernization. When people see what a modern hospital in St. Kitts and Nevis can be, they will be very pleased, and they would understand why we have to move from the present JNF to a new infrastructure. So it's not just about the physical infrastructure, but that is important. We need a hospital that can withstand a Category 5 hurricane, so that in the event of a hurricane hitting us, which is unfortunately in the era of climate change, is very likely within the next 5 years. And we're going to continue to pray so that we are not hit. But just in case we are hit, we will do like what was done in the days in the Bible. If Noah knew that the rain was going to come and there was going to be flood, build the ark. They call Noah all kind of names, you know. They tell Noah he this and he that and he wasting time and all sorts of things. What you're building ark for? You're going for animals 1 by 1, 2 by 2. And Noah say, well, I know what is coming. And I got the word from God and I'm preparing. When the rain started to fall, all the naysayers, when the ark door was closed, they couldn't get in. And they drowned. Not a soul could have opened it. Well, if we know that is coming to us, and the Bible is an example, well, let us build the ark. In this case, let us build a hospital that can withstand what we know is a possibility of hitting St. Kitts and Nevis. And so, Madam Speaker, I want to say that the hospital is well on its way. We are in the final stages of getting all the approvals from the building board. The EIA and all of this are being done and almost completed, and will be completed for us to move forward just now in its construction. And it will create a lot of jobs and so forth, and help to take our medical delivery to the next level. We will have a certified hospital in St. Kitts and Nevis that will be to international standard. That is the goal, Madam Speaker, and that will serve us for at least 50 years based on our projections. So we are making the right decision in investing so heavily in our health. So, Madam Speaker, that's enough for health. I would like to touch on the case of the town hall meetings that were held recently. We held 3 interactions. We had 2 town halls to do with the budget, one in Sadlers, one in Sandy Point. We held one at NEMA, where we look at the SSZ and brought the people to discuss the SSZ in a very transparent and open way. And then lastly, we had the last consultation on the budget at Marriott Ballroom, and that, of course, went very well. So I want to thank the people of St. Kitts and Nevis for really joining with the Ministry of Finance in discussing the budget for 2025. For 2026, that will be debated in 2025. I want to thank our new Financial Secretary, Mr. Carlton Paxson, but I also want to thank our immediate past Financial Secretary, Mrs. Hilary Hazel. She worked hard, contributed to national development, and therefore I want to thank her for all that she would have done in the Ministry of Finance to continue the development of St. Kitts and Nevis. And so I want to express that publicly. I want to also take this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to thank, from the Ministry of Health perspective, Dr. Saheli. Dr. Saheli served us for a very long time. When I was a student, he was there. When I came back as a general doctor, he was there. And then when I came back as a specialist, he was still there. So I worked with him as a student. I worked with him as a new general doctor. And then when I came back as a specialist, I worked with him as his colleague. As you know, my specialty is the same specialty that he has practiced for so many years in St. Kitts and Nevis. Dr. Saheli has contributed a lot, and I just want to place on record that his service is being recognized, and we want to really thank him for his contribution to national development. He has served, and he is now moving on, and therefore he left it better than he met it, so I think he would have had a positive impact. So thanks to Dr. Saheli for his dedication to health here in St. Kitts and Nevis. And then the last matter I want to touch on, Madam Speaker, is the issue of good governance. As you know, I started speaking about good governance last week, or the last the last session here in Parliament. And I pointed out some of the things that we are correcting. Since I made that announcement, I can say that the Honorable Sean Richards, member from number 5, has applied for his diplomatic passport. And I'm simply saying that he's a member of Parliament and he will be afforded his diplomatic passport. Has nothing to do with how I feel. If you ask me how I feel, I have a different political persuasion and opinion. But that's not the fact. The fact is that he is an elected member of Parliament by the people of constituency number 5, and he should be treated with a certain decorum. And that is why he will be afforded his diplomatic passport as he has applied for it. And any other elected member can apply for their diplomatic passport. That is my position, and I hope we have the power to inflict some sort of injurious act on others because of political difference. That political difference has its place, yes, because this is an open democracy, but you must never deny members of Parliament what they should get. Remember always that their people send them here, whether you agree that they're here or not. And so I want to make sure that we continue on that path, that each member of Parliament is also afforded duty-free, because they have to move around their constituency to see their people. That has nothing to do with me. The people send us here, and they expect us to be treated at a certain level of decorum. That is what a democracy is about. That is what civilization is about. We cannot be acting like brutes in a democratic, civilized country. People must be treated with a particular type of decorum. In this house, whether you're on that side or this side, you're called honorable. I have not done that. The Constitution says that. They have been elected by the people. They have been sent here. And those who have not been elected are duly appointed to be a part of this assembly. And they must be treated with respect. So as I said, even a member from number 7 can apply for a diplomatic passport. He has already gotten his duty free. He has a driver security. All of which was denied the member from number 6 when the member from number 7 was Prime Minister. And I said, I will never ever practice that type of politics. We have to move on and mature. And therefore, I'm saying the good governance agenda dictates that we treat the members of Parliament with the respect and the decorum that a modern, civilized country, democratic country, would bestow on our elected members. And therefore, I just wanted to make that. I make that to let the other members know as well. So, Madam Speaker, with that, may it please you.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8. Just a minute. Before the Honourable Member proceeds with her statement, just a gentle reminder for the members in the gallery, if you haven't done so already, kindly turn your devices on silent and or mute if that feature is on your device, so as not to interrupt the proceedings. When that happens, it records over the voice, and so it makes it difficult for us. So kindly adhere to the rules of the House. Thank you very much. I recognize the Honourable Senator, Dr. Clark.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to provide a brief statement from the Ministry of Sustainable Development on the continuation of its land regularization work. Having recently completed the squatters regularization program for Lagreet, New Amsterdam, and Upper Monkey Hill, the Ministry is pleased to continue its collaborative efforts towards the empowerment of Kittitians through land ownership, access, and use of appropriately designated lands. I want to share some designation, or what we call zoning guidelines for land access. All lands in St. Kitts and Nevis have been designated for specific activities based on planning guidelines. The designation of land use is not randomly decided. Our technical experts within the ministry have completed mapping, soil testing, and geoinformatics surveys to assess our lands and determine the best usage for the area. The National Physical Development Plan, updated in 2024, clearly outlines the protected areas, the zones for commercial activity, residential development, industrial activity, and green spaces. Included in this designation is adequate lands for agricultural activity. In comparison to other sectors that require land usage, agricultural lands occupy a significant percentage of our lands. Over 5,000 acres of land across the island has been reserved for agricultural production up to 2040, in line with our National Development Planning Framework and our Sustainable Island State agenda. It is forecasted that out of 41,000 acres of developable land, these 5,000 acres represent 13.5% of land when compared to those designated for other activities. Prioritizing agricultural lands for food security. Food security is the second pillar of progress for the Sustainable Island State agenda, and as such, the Ministry of Sustainable Development prioritizes allocation of land for farming in particular. What we must be mindful of is the balance between agricultural use and residential development. Both are important, and both require specific land and properly allocated resources. We appreciate that agriculture traditionally has been practiced in mountainous regions, which makes it hard to access and difficult to transport resources and infrastructural needs. We also understand the historical antecedents which have contributed to agriculture being marginalized to gut sites and resource-poor lands. This history is tied to the remnants of plantation agriculture, which prioritized sugar cultivation over everything else. With this appreciation in mind, the ministry welcomes the transition of agriculture in St. Kitts and Nevis to areas beyond gut sides and mountainous, inaccessible terrains. Notwithstanding, there is a critical need to manage expansion with the needs for settlement, which is also a primary need of our people. Current challenge with agriculture and residential development. Recently, we have experienced more situations where farmers are occupying lands designated for home construction or homeowners wanting to construct on lands designated for agricultural activity. The Ministry of Sustainable Development and the Ministry of Agriculture share joint stewardship over the Federation's land resources, which are vital to sustainable settlement planning, agricultural productivity, environmental conservation, and socio-economic development. As land use demands increase, overlapping mandates have occasionally resulted in jurisdictional uncertainty and conflicts concerning the allocation and management of lands under the purview of both ministries. Our proposed action. To this end, our offices, alongside those of the Minister of Agriculture, aim to jointly undertake the following measures. Creation of a joint technical working group on land coordination and conflict resolution. This technical working group will be created with membership spanning both ministries, guided by a terms of reference as a means of strengthening interministerial coordination and cooperation towards monitoring, evaluating, and resolving land conflicts and promoting coherent land use management. The comprehensive land use assessment. A national review will be conducted to clearly identify and map areas of current and potential conflict between residential and agricultural lands. This process will guide future zoning and designation decisions. Public consultation and stakeholder engagement. Both ministries, via the technical working group, will host public-facing media engagements, as well as a series of consultations with farmers, residents, private developers, and local authorities to ensure that decisions are made transparently and with broad participation and input. A relocation and compensation framework. Where relocation is deemed necessary or unavoidable, affected persons will be provided with compensation packages that are commensurate to the needs arising from said relocation as a means of support towards the re-establishment of their livelihoods. This may include assistance with securing suitable alternative land allocations, financial support or grants, assistance with reconstruction, demolition as deemed necessary. This action is all connected to our Sustainable Settlements portfolio, and as you know, the Ministry of Sustainable Development has been celebrating its Sustainability Month, and we have been engaging the general public on our intentions to start relocation processes along with the Ministry of Agriculture for farmers who are in particular occupying large areas of lands designated for housing construction. This week, we spent some time in the media talking about 3 specific cases in particular in Borio, in Cabbage Street, Keyon, and Racecourse Newton Ground, where farmers have been engaged to start the relocation process for construction. There are individuals who are eagerly anticipating constructing their homes. We understand livelihoods are important for both farmers and homeowners, and we want to ensure there is a balance. We welcome the support of the public in the dialogues that we will have with our joint task force as we work to ensure all people, all groups, and all livelihoods can thrive in St. Kitts and Nevis. Thank you.
Thank you to the Honourable Member, the Honourable Senator, Dr. Clark. I recognize the Honourable Attorney General.
May it please you, Madam Speaker, I rise on the agenda item to give 2 updates to the general public and this Honourable House in relation to the ministries for which I have management. The first, Madam Speaker, is in relation to St. Kitts and Nevis joining 6 sister Caribbean nations in signing the regional agreement on legislative and policy priorities on domestic violence at a high-level regional symposium held in Bridgetown, Barbados on Monday and Tuesday this week. This historic agreement represents a commitment by Caribbean governments to harmonize our laws, close legislative and policy gaps, and strengthen institutional accountability in the fight against domestic violence. It establishes a regional technical working group to develop model legislation, propose national amendments, and monitor progress across participating states, supported by regional and international partners such as the Caribbean Development Bank, the Inter-American Development Bank, and UN Women. The Federation was ably represented by the Commissioner of Police, James Sutton, Acting Director of Gender Affairs, Ms. Chanel Charles, and I. Together, we have reaffirmed our nation's commitment to ensuring that justice in domestic violence matters remains survivor-centered, data-driven, and accountable. Madam Speaker, this regional initiative builds squarely upon our own legislative progress. This Honourable House will recall that one of the first acts in this parliamentary term was to pass the 2022 amendment to the Domestic Violence Act, which expanded the definition of economic abuse and empowered victims to seek redress more swiftly and affordably through the Magistrates' Court. I am pleased to inform this Honourable House and the general public that approximately 75 victims of domestic violence have accessed justice in the Magistrates' Court since the legislative action in November 22. We don't just talk in here, we make changes that actually impact lives positively. St. Kitts and Nevis continues to lead with conviction, ensuring that the law protects those that are most at risk and that our justice system delivers both safety and dignity. This agreement is a further expression of that commitment to work not only nationally but regionally toward a Caribbean free from domestic violence. And also, Madam Speaker, I wish to bring some good news to the Honourable House and the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, as our Federation has been selected as a recipient of the United Nations Development Programme's Justice Action Coalition Catalytic Fund Grant of 405,000 EC dollars, which is an international initiative dedicated to advancing people-centered justice reforms across the globe. This achievement reflects confidence of our international partners in the vision and integrity of our national justice reform agenda. It's a clear signal that St. Kitts and Nevis is being recognized not only as a small island state, but as a regional leader in reimagining justice delivery for the 21st century. The grant will support the design and implementation of a national restorative justice pilot program, which is a key component to our broader commitment to modernizing and humanizing the administration of justice. For those who don't know, restorative justice offers an alternative pathway, one that emphasizes accountability, healing, and reintegration rather than punishment alone. It allows victims, offenders, and communities to engage in a structured process that promotes understanding, restitution, and reconciliation. In other words, Madam Speaker, we're taking justice to people's homes and people's communities. And with this funding, we'll be able to develop a comprehensive program that we will bring restorative justice. That word, that phrase will be known throughout the Federation. I'm happy to report those two things. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the Honorable Attorney General. Is there another statement? Next item.
Personal explanations. Motions relating to the business of the National Assembly and moved by a minister. Public business, bills, second reading.
I recognize the Honorable Senator, Dr. Clark.
Madam Speaker, I rise to lead the debate and have read for a second time in this honorable House the bill shortly entitled the National Conservation Environment Management Bill 2024. Madam Speaker, this is, if I could be very informal, this is a very blow-off moment for me. And I think the entire team from the Ministry of Environment and all our stakeholders who have been working so tirelessly for the past 2 years to ensure we got to this point to debate the NCMA. However, as I always do, I have to acknowledge that our ministry under my leadership didn't start this process. We have to thank the former Minister of Environment, Member for Nevis 10, who started the process under his leadership, and we continue. Thank you for so graciously allowing me to continue the leadership of this ministry and of this process. Madam Speaker, honorable members and citizens and residents of St. Kitts and Nevis who have all contributed to the bill getting to its second reading, I rise today to introduce the National Conservation and Environmental Management Act, NCMA, a piece of legislation that I consider a labor of love, pun intended, which I'm certain will serve as a tremendous leap forward for our Federation strategy towards holistic sustainability and successful administration of our National Development Planning Framework and the implementation of our vision to become a sustainable island state. As Kittitians and Nevisians, we have the privilege of interacting directly with our natural environment every single day. A 10-minute walk across the road and it will take you to the bayfront. Our forested areas are 10 minutes. Are within driving distance of almost all of our communities. If you take your shoes off, it's likely that your feet in most areas will come into contact with the earth, sand, or grass, and our beaches remain public goods for all to enjoy. However, the blessing and significance of these privileges are not often realized or appreciated. The work that goes into securing our precious access points and maintaining these delicate balances that are so integral to our survival is often underappreciated and more so over the past few decades, legislatively underrepresented. And as such, I want to thank again the Ministry of Environmental and the Ministry of Sustainable Development for bringing to this Honorable House key pieces of legislation such as the Community Beautification and Safety Bill and our plastic legislation, single-use plastic ban legislation, evidence of our commitment to ensure our legislative agenda fully represents our sustainability ambitions. This act upgrades its predecessor, the NCEPA, which has been in place since 1987, 38 years without change. Imagine the amount of evolution geographically, culturally, and very important scientifically that has transpired in the span of almost 4 decades. That is why we believe that NCEMA is so necessary, and more so why we've championed in the ministries of environment, climate action, constituency empowerment, parks and beaches, who are here as well, solid waste management, and the Ministry of Sustainable Development, the Department of Marine Resources, the Nevis Department of Environment and Physical Planning, and all our other stakeholders, including NGOs and historic societies, the second and third reading today of this bill. NCEMA modernizes our approach to environmentalism and conservation. Its very essence shifts our culture surrounding these concepts in ways that are holistic and more acutely focused on national benefit, longevity, and generational continuity in keeping, as I mentioned, with the National Development Planning Framework. No longer should we perceive the natural environment, the elements that surround us, literally, that nourish us, sustain us, house us, secure us, enrich us, as separate or isolated entities, because the language and the spirit of NCEMA makes it clear that everything is interconnected. From our forests to our beaches, our history and culture, the plants, the trees, the bush, the shrubs that help to treat our illnesses and our ailments, to the soil that grows our crops and holds our foundation, everything is connected. Everything is part of a vast and interlinked ecosystem that must work in tandem for our national survival. This is the energy behind our vision and our intended trajectory for our nation's environment. It is important, Madam Speaker, that for such a bill, I think the member for number 1 said it's the largest bill he's ever read, 187, almost 127 critical sections, and I think our bill deserves that we go through it section by section. Yes? Yes. Yes. Our pledge as a government, our government is unequivocally committed to the Sustainable Island State agenda. Our agenda is built on 7 key pillars and aligned to what our National Development Planning Framework insists. We plan for the future. It's intrinsically linked to the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. The bill's role, the old 1987 bill, it's a relic, it's the past, and it's due time that we upgrade it. SDG 13, Climate Action, and SDG 14, Life Below Water, integrating climate resilience directly into the management of our protected areas and coastal zones, as you would see in section 22. SDG 15, Life on Land, systematically protect our terrestrial ecosystems from the lush rainforest that dominates our landscape to our critical watersheds and guts, sections 4, sections 5, and sections 8. SDG 6, Clean Water and Sanitation, formally protect our watersheds and wetlands, securing our fresh water resources, section 8. SDG 11, Sustainable Cities and Communities, protect our cultural heritage and antiquities, ensuring our history is preserved for future generations, and sustainable tourism, sections 10, 12. SDG 12, Responsible Consumption and Production, establish a robust pollution control regime, holding polluters accountable and protecting public health, part 10. Allow me to dive into the sections of the bill. Part 1, Preliminary. To extend the purview of the Act in ways that are relevant, we redefined the interpretation of the term beach and included new terms such as beach access, soil, and soil conservation for more granular context. Per Part 1, Section 2, a beach is now defined as the natural area where land meets the sea, composed of sand, pebbles, or rock extending from the water's edge to the line where coastal vegetation begins, or where permanent human structures, for example, seawalls, buildings, are established, which are farther inland. This includes dunes, tidal zones, and areas shaped by wave action. The rationale behind this amendment was to simplify the definition from its more scientific and technical predecessor so that it better matches with and represents the elements that we see around us every day. It makes it easier to visualize and comprehend what qualifies as a beach and helps us understand and be better informed in our actions and interactions with our surroundings. And we will get into beach access a little later in the bill. The newly included terms beach access, soil conservation, and MAB now provide qualifiable definitions of each aspect as follows. Beach access is a designated public pathway to a beach area that allows for the passage of an emergency vehicle, ensuring quick and unobstructed access, which takes into consideration the presence of infrastructure or human safety. Soil is defined as a biologically active and porous medium that has developed in the uppermost layer of the Earth's crust. It is a mixture of organic matter, minerals, gases, water, and organisms that support plant and soil life, which underscores the complexity in the makeup of the soil and the ways in which this ecological combination is integral to healthy, thriving biology. Soil conservation refers to the practices employed for the protection and management of the soil resources to prevent their degradation, which can occur due to erosion, nutrient depletion, or contamination, underscoring the importance of protecting the integrity of this element. And MAB means the Man and the Biosphere Program, launched by UNESCO in 1971 to establish a scientific basis for improving the relationship between people and the environment, which speaks to our local St. Mary's Biosphere Reserve, which is a precious source of much of our nation's biodiversity. And of course, in Part 2, the administration of the bill, a key component of Part 2 of the Act is the establishment of the National Environmental Council, which consists of the following public officers: Director of Environment, representative from the Department of Agriculture, St. Kitts, the Disaster Management Agency, Department of Physical Planning, St. Kitts, Ministry of Tourism, St. Kitts, Physical Planning Department on Nevis, the Department of Marine Resources, and 2 NGOs. One person from civil society who has knowledge or experience with respect to matters relevant to the functions of the Council. The Council will be entrusted with advisory and information sharing duties with the aim of assisting, informing, and complementing the work of the Department of Environment, the competent authority in this bill. Part 3, Environmental Management. This section speaks to a national environmental management strategy for our Federation that includes a description of the environment of St. Christopher and Nevis, an analysis of environmental issues and national significance, and the environmental management strategies to be prescribed to address the issues set out in paragraph B above. Our goal is continuous, comprehensive environmental assessment so that our decision-making and actions are relevant and guided by data and institutional understanding of the issues. By doing this, we hope to increase the accuracy of our information and the accountability of measures and consistency of information sharing with the public. Now, under environmental management, I want to raise just one example. Oftentimes, developers or persons interested in accessing land would come to the Ministry of Sustainable Development and they would say to us, especially in the Canada Estate area, I want to use a piece of land here to do this particular type of activity. As per usual and as per protocol, the request is sent to our technical officers and we say to them, please assess whether this land can be used for such. And the report, which goes either to Lands and Surveys, the planning department, or the Department of Environment, can come back and say, unfortunately, this land is close to a very environmentally sensitive area, and this is the mangrove in Canada Estate. And no matter how much we explain to developers that the area is sensitive, it's biologically important, and we're working on conservation, what we see is a consistent and incessant need. We need land. We need land to construct. We need land to do this. The NCEMA gives us more teeth, gives us more authority to say to developers, to interested landowners, that your intentions have to be within the parameters of environmental management. So it's not that the Ministry of Sustainable Development doesn't recognize the need for persons to have access to land and develop their trade, especially in an area designated for industrial activity, but that it has to always bear in mind the sensitivity of the biodiverse areas in Canada Estate in particular. As it relates to Part 5, the establishment and management of protected areas. Madam Speaker, Part 5 pertains to protected areas, which in my opinion are the lungs and lifeblood critical for our country. I want to reference what the key changes are in Part 5 of the bill. This act in particular, provides clear and transparent processes for the preparation of protected area system plans, which interconnects with other relevant legislation such as our National Physical Development Plan, developed in accordance with the Development and Control Act. When addressing the issues of protected areas, we must acknowledge the inherent linkages across ministries. This particular section not only has environmental considerations, but also encompasses land management, as I previously referenced, as well as agriculture. As such, following numerous consultations with the Ministry of Agriculture, including the Department of Marine Resources and other relevant stakeholders, we have incorporated under Section 35, subsection 4, the means for cooperation in instances of conflicting objectives. I'll pause here to share that the ministry, this is like being in school. There's so many sections and I want to do justice to everybody's contribution to this bill, so please bear with me as I turn from paper to paper. The ministry reached out to ECLAC for a review of our NCEMA proposed amendments ahead of our presentation here in Parliament. And one of our first challenges was the overlapping responsibilities with the bill that directs the Marine Resources, the FAMRA, as well as the proposed changes in NC. During our consultations, which happened up until Monday, 8 p.m., with over 62 stakeholders, this was also raised. The reference from ECLAC reads, reference is made to the Ministry of Environment, Climate Action and Constituency Empowerment's request, 7th April 2025, to review the National Conservation and Environmental Management Bill 2024 and its compatibility with the Fisheries, Aquaculture and Marine Resources Act 2016. In relation thereto, I have the honor of informing that the Escazú Agreement Secretariat has reviewed the version sent and is pleased to enclose its preliminary legal advice on the questions raised. In addition, we would like to commend the government for the high alignment of the NCEMA bill, which demonstrated towards the Escazú Agreement. Nonetheless, the Secretariat has included the note some recommendations to further integrate the provisions of the Escazú Agreement that should be useful. The Areas of potential contention including institutional authority, where both Department of Environment and Department of Marine Resources have overlapping enforcement and regulatory roles. Lack of defined boundaries between terrestrial and marine mandates could lead to administrative duplications and disputes. The definition of environment in the NCM bill, protected area governance, permitting and licensing, enforcement mechanisms, and jurisdictional scope. And with this review from UN ECLAC, we then engage further with the Department of Marine Resources to find ways in which there could be no overlap of roles and more collaboration. So, Section 35, subsection 4, the means of cooperation in instances of conflicting objectives is dealt with. And here it says, where provisions of this act conflict with the Fisheries, Aquaculture, and Marine Resources Act, FAMRA, the department shall consult with the competent authority under the Act with a view to ensuring consistency and cooperation in management of marine resources. And Madam Speaker, this is something that our ministry is stressing. There is no separation of the water, of marine resources, of air resources, and terrestrial resources from the environment. It's all encompassing. And that's why this bill becomes the mother of all bills, but still does not prevent the Department of Marine Resources and other stakeholders from performing their duties according to the authority vested in them with their regulation. And because we recognize the only way to advance our agenda for sustainability, for climate resilience, environmental conservation is through collaboration, this bill, NCM, clearly states that we shall be performing our duties through consultation and cooperation. This retains the sovereignty of the work of each ministry, Department of Agriculture, Ministry of Agriculture, Department of Marine Resources, the Department of Maritime Affairs, and the Department of Environment, and their accompanying legislative mandates without causing duplication or compromising effectiveness. And we really do look forward to continuing the work alongside the Minister of Agriculture, the Minister of Maritime Affairs, towards harmonizing our offices and our efforts. Together we work to protect our one environment. Part 5, the Brimstone Hill Fortress National Park. Madam Speaker, the Act includes considerations for the continuation of the Brimstone Hill Fortress National Park, and its passage does not in any way repeal the effect of the former Act as specified in paragraph 43. Allow me to reference the NCM Bible with this. So, the Brimstone Hill Fortress in particular understands and appreciates that the Ministry of Environment et al. Continues to support its mandate, its operation, and its relevance for cultural and heritage tourism, and to respect its own status as a UNESCO World Heritage Site, which is something that we do not take lightly. Now, for Brimstone Hill in particular, I know the Attorney General once served on their council, and I did so also when I was younger, when I was a student. And it really gives me great joy that we can return here and continue the Brimstone Hill Fortress National Park, the continuation of its presence and its existence as a national park. The area described in the first schedule and declared by the former Act in recognition of its national and international significance as an outstanding cultural and historical resource to be the Brimstone Hill Fortress National Park with effect from the 23rd day of October 1987 is preserved and continues in being for the purposes of this Act, so that its identity is not affected by the repeal of the former Act. So Brimstone Hill is duly protected, and its National Park Society can continue its amazing work in preserving an area of cultural and historic significance. Part 6, the St. Mary's Biosphere. Perhaps this is one of the most exciting inclusion in the NCMR for me personally, and I know for the entire ministry. One of the landmark aspects of this act is that it entrenches the designation and status of the St. Mary's Biosphere Reserve as a nationally protected area to be managed in accordance with the international standards set by the UNESCO MAB statutes, the MAB management plan, as well as other international obligations. Now, had we had enough time, a very beautiful and inspiring video of UNESCO and the biosphere would be here, but we will share it online. And this is just in rec. I pause just to say that the committee led by the Ambassador Dockery, the UNESCO, which deals with the MAB, has been working very hard, assiduously for the past 2 years to get this reality here in our bill and to have what we have, the designation of MAB as a protected area or area of special interest. So I pause to celebrate their work, their leadership and championship of an area of international significance, which is now getting its national significance. Importantly, the Act transfers custodianship to the Department of Environment, previously managed by the Ministry of Education, and we thank the member for number 1 and the Minister of Education for collaborating and so willingly providing us the pathway to transfer the custodianship to the Department of Environment. In this changing of hands from the Ministry of Education has been a work in progress for many years. And of course, again, I have to express my gratitude to all stakeholders involved, including the coordinator, Mrs. Telco Wallace, Ambassador Dockery, as I mentioned, for their contributions to the MAB project, and moreover, the ceaseless work to make this development a possibility. Special thanks to the community of MAB volunteers, the students and teachers, and community leaders, tour operators, and historians who have been the champions of this program. This is reminding me, as I mentioned, teachers and students, that we really ought to just serve wherever we are placed. And when I was placed at the Keon High School, I had no idea that I would be attached to the UNESCO MAB program with the geography students from first farm upwards to fifth farm, and that it would have such a significant impact on the students' lives. The workshops, the training, the experiences in Keon River, cleaning the river, walking the river, going down to the most beautiful part of St. Kitts and Nevis, second most beautiful part of St. Kitts and Nevis, the Hermitage Estate in particular, and really engaging with nature, engaging with biodiversity and volunteering. And now to stand here as the minister making this happen along with the MAB committee, it really is like a full circle moment that has to, I have to say, blossom wherever you are planted, regardless of the circumstances. You just never know when you're going to turn around and be the minister. The handover and the inclusion of Part 4 in the NCM is a testament to the Ministry of Environment et al. Dedication to expanding alignment across systems and making it unavoidably clear that environmental conservation and management can never be a one-dimensional undertaking. And as such, it is important that I read this section for the St. Mary's Biosphere Reserve, designation and status. The St. Mary's Biosphere Reserve, as designated by UNESCO under the Man and the Biosphere Program and inscribed under the World Network of Biosphere Reserves, is hereby recognized under this Act as a nationally protected area and shall be managed as a biosphere reserve in accordance with UNESCO MAB statutes, the MAB management plan, as well as the international obligations under existing and future conventions, treaties, and national legislation. The reserve shall be governed by a zoning framework including a core zone for strict biodiversity protection and conservation, a buffer zone for conservation, research, monitoring, education, and limited sustainable activities, and a transition zone where community engagement and models of sustainable development practices are promoted. Part 50 speaks to the management authority. And we continue to Part 51, the prohibited activities in the MAB, the community engagement, biosphere regulations. And I want to say that the MAB committee is very active. If you know and have seen them walking around in their black, they engage with the community. They have several significant projects ongoing, including one that's dear to the ministry on the ban on single-use plastics. The additional project that we're working on with them with Ambassador Doyle, who I should also mention, who has been an international champion for the MAB. So I think we should really celebrate this designation that the MAB is now a protected area nationally. It aligns with the international designation, and it's now housed and protected by the Ministry of Environment. The St. Mary's Biosphere Reserve, it's a community gem. It offers so much to the people of Otleys, Keyon, Keys, and Canada Estate, and it's crucial not only for biodiversity, but also for the retention of history, culture, and heritage as it houses Otleys Plantation, Keyon Village Historic District, Maroon Settlements, Hermitage Plantation, and so many other significant and beautiful historical sites for our farmers, agricultural sector on a whole, and for our tourism sector, our tour guides and hikers, and of course the education of our student and youth. In Part 7, the conservation of biological diversity. Part 7 on biological diversity creates a strong bridge between conservation policy and community livelihoods. For the first time, it establishes a coherent legal framework to conserve and sustainably use our natural heritage by mandating the Department of Environment to prepare and implement a national biodiversity strategy action plan. This will interlace biodiversity into vital sectors of our economy: tourism, agriculture, forestry, and fisheries. In this way, we are working to formalize St. Kitts and Nevis' international and multilateral commitments under the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework that calls for us to ensure that the health of our ecosystems directly supports food security, water security, and climate resilience. It's important that I note, Madam Speaker, that the NCM not only allows us to take local action, but allows us to align our legislation with international obligations. So our connections with the Kunming-Montreal Biodiversity Protocol is very significant, especially as it relates to accessing key resources and financial support for biodiversity preservation in St. Kitts and Nevis. The Act goes even further by requiring the protection of our flora and fauna and the monitoring of key ecosystems. It introduces strong provisions for forest management, hunting regulation, and fire prevention, which empowers the work of the forestry unit to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis to sustainably and mindfully enjoy the peace and tranquility of our forest. Now, we may take this for granted, but a significant percentage of our tours, from the persons who come off of the cruise ship, persons who stay over in St. Kitts, are nature-based tours. Am I correct? And they go to our forest, our protected forest, our Central Forest Reserve. Working together, the Ministry of Tourism, the Forestry Unit, the Department of Environment, and the Ministry of Agriculture under the NCM can protect what is vital not only for biodiversity, but for tourism-based livelihoods and for community-based livelihoods. You can't just randomly go into the Central Forest Reserve and chop wood. You can't randomly cut trees. especially 300-year-old trees. How the Catholic gonna wear that? This bill is so significant because what we really need to establish here in St. Kitts and Nevis are guidelines and standards, rules, order. Order. If you want to cut a tree, there is an approach. There is a Ministry of Agriculture, there's a Ministry of Environment, and a Forestry Unit. If you want to do a forest tour, there is an approach, Ministry of Tourism. What we don't want in particular, and what we have heard, we don't want you to take persons, visitors in particular, students to the forest and give wrong information. And that's why it's so critical that we understand the resources of our forest, we document them, and we know what they're for, and we can impart and share that knowledge with visitors and with students. The significance of why we are so connected to sitting under the banyan tree, the significance of why a forest walk or putting your feet in the river in the forest is so crucial to the people of Keyon and Spooners. These are the experiences that we want to preserve, the resources that we want to keep alive. Hence, the section 7, which speaks of conservation of biological diversity, is so important. The protection of wildlife, ecosystem habitat conservation, managing invasive alien species. And if we know, the biggest culprit here is our green monkey. I know we used to say green vervet monkey. Let me look at the Ministry of Environment and ensure I'm saying this correct, but we have our own species now, which is the green monkey, correct? Correct, right? It's so prolific. It's now its own species, and it's problematic to everyone, to farmers, to homeowners, to every. So managing this invasive species in particular is allowed, protected, and prohibited, and allowed here under the NC. Part 8, access to genetic resources. And I'll move a little slowly in explaining this in particular. This moves our environmental governance into a new and exciting frontier. The management of genetic resources and the fair and equitable sharing of benefits arising from their use. We say all that to say for generations, scientists and corporations around the world have benefited from the natural wealth and indigenous knowledge of small island states. The teas, the bushes, the natural remedies they have tremendous worth and tremendous value, and they're utilized without fair recognition or compensation to the source countries or local communities. This section of the bill works to correct these imbalances by asserting the sovereign rights of St. Kitts and Nevis over the genetic resources obtained from our lands. It establishes clear procedures for access, ensuring that any local or foreign researcher, institution, or company seeking to utilize our genetic material must first obtain requisite approval from the Department of Environment and must enter into an access and benefit sharing agreement. The agreements will guarantee that our people receive tangible benefits, whether through royalties, technology transfer, research collaboration, or community development projects, whenever our biodiversity or our traditional knowledge contributes to commercial, internationally recognized innovation. And we consulted widely on this to ensure that we protect our sovereign rights and our genetic resources. Researchers cannot come to St. Kitts and decide that they're going to excavate at any of our fortresses or our protected areas without permission. They cannot take that information back to their schools, whether it's Harvard or wherever, and publish without recognizing or having that right to access our information here. There's a process through the Department of Environment, and I want us to share this widely so that you know there is no way you can access environmental or genetic resources in St. Kitts and Nevis without permission. It's very disheartening sometimes. You go overseas and you see our local bush marketed, packaged with all sorts of healing benefits, cancer benefits for soursop, etc. And there's no connection to our islands, to our resources. And this is where this bill prevents anyone from simply coming and hacking our resources and taking advantage of it. These agreements, again, will guarantee that our people receive tangible benefits through royalties, technology transfer, research collaboration, or community development project. It's a research with a focus on genetic resources. It establishes a formal state-controlled process for any research in St. Kitts or Nevis for genetic resources, be it plants, animals, microorganisms. There must be prior informed consent and permitting. In-country research is prioritized. You can't take it and leave with it. We want to prioritize local research. Mandatory involvement of national counterparts. There must be knowledge sharing and capacity strengthening. You can't bring all your researchers here and not connect with local researchers. Reporting and transparency. And of course, there must be a provision to help build profit under the relationship that is operationalized through the Nagoya Protocol on access and benefit sharing. So this again, Madam Speaker, is connected to another international convention. Part 10, and I'm almost there. National Resource Management, Watershed, Wetlands, and Guts. The effective protection and management of watersheds, wetlands, and guts underpin the national vision of sustainable resource use, climate resilience, and environmental stability. In Pillar 2 of our Sustainable Island State Agenda, which speaks to water security, and for the purposes of this, I must emphasize that this extends beyond our indoor plumbing to encompass the management of these areas, especially where they traverse privately owned lands. Important to note is that under Section 68, subsection 1, all guts in St. Christopher and Nevis are declared to be areas of special concern to be managed in public interest as stable and productive natural drainage channels. Further, in Section 4, it is noted that a person who pollutes a gut or deposits litter in a gut commits an offense and is liable on summary conviction to a fine not exceeding $100,000 and to a further fine of $500 for each day during which the pollution continues to litter and is not cleaned up after conviction. Those are some good hefty fines. I like that. And I want to say that our rapid response teams between solid waste, parks and beaches, and the Department of Environment have video evidence of persons taking their commercial waste to gut sites to dump. Many of us walk along gut sites and we see waste. The waste didn't wash from the mountain. There are no communities in the mountain. We take them there. I just cannot understand why it's easier to hire a trucker to take waste to a gut side. You have to drive up a hill. You have to go through rough terrain to dump garbage, as opposed to taking it to the solid waste landfill, where the tipping fee is so negligible and it costs probably less than you would pay the trucker to take the garbage. Help me make sense of that. Does that make sense? It makes no sense. And it's really a reckless approach to not just the environment, but our own health. You're taking it sometimes to gut sites, which are waterways. Water that eventually gets to our pipes. We are doing an injustice to the environment with reckless and illegal dumping. And this is not a lack of monitoring, a lack of investigation by the department. This is just people willful. Even after the Ministry of Environment for Constituency Empowerment has had over 3 national cleanups, people still find it necessary to take their waste to the gut side. We want you to stop doing that. And this is like a public cry, like shame on you for doing it. Shame on the truckers for doing it, and shame on anybody for seeing it and not reporting it. But shame is one thing. What we need now is collaboration and reporting. When you see this, call our ministries, call the police, report. Take a picture of the license plate number and send it to us, and we will find those persons. It's the same for illegal sand mining. There are persons who sign is up, no sand mining, and in the dead of night or early morning, they're on the beach excavating. There are reasons why we say no sand mining. At Beltet, for example, that's in Sandy Point, we've mined that area to the point, I think the last report from our environmental officers was that we reached bedrock, like there's no more sand. There's no more sand. There is also cases where persons have taken to mining sand on Frigate Bay. I want to remind us that the designated areas for sand mining are clear to all truckers and excavators, and Frigate Bay is not part of that. If anybody brings gold sand to your house for construction, you should report them and return it because it is illegal. And you have to remember the cycle here. If we mine the sand at Frigate Bay, it means, and the Southeast Peninsula, it means we are impacting not just our recreational activities for swimming, it means we're also impacting our tourism-based activities because tourism still remains the largest contributor to our GDP, which means the most money that's pumped into our economy comes from tourism and tourism-related services, which means that a significant percentage of jobs are in the tourism sector. We cannot affect our livelihoods, we cannot affect our environment so recklessly. So I want us to use this opportunity in the passage of this bill to really be the vanguards, the protectors, to be the policemen and women of our environment. If you see illegal dumping, if you see illegal sand mining, report it to one of our authorities. In part 10, the ecosystems management, this addresses an area that is extremely dear to our people and our culture, the coastal zone. Not only is it home to a rich and vibrant community, but our beaches and our seashores and spaces of enjoyment, of relaxation, and of course, as I just mentioned, of revenue generation. Under Section 71, it is declared that, and I read this slowly, all rights in and over the beach are vested in the Crown, and all beaches in St. Christopher and Nevis are hereby declared to be public beaches. So I'll read that again for emphasis. Unlike places, other Caribbean islands, which I won't name, Jamaica in particular, all rights in and over beaches are vested in the Crown, and all beaches in St. Christopher and Nevis are hereby declared to be public beaches. In Section 73, subsection 1 says, no person shall undertake or permit to or cause to be undertaken operations for the construction or erection of any temporary or permanent building or other structure of works on the beach or other land within 30 meters landward from the high water mark. Now I say this to say, Madam Speaker, that nobody but the Crown owns the beach. No man can set up shop on the beach and claim title or ownership to the beach. Nobody but the Crown owns the beach. So in cases where persons feel, unlike the squatters regularization programs which we conducted last week, where you're on land and government can willingly transfer title to you for that land, government has no authority to transfer title, ownership, or squatters' rights to any person, any entity or business occupying Crown Beach. But I'll let the AG speak to that a little later. And I want you all to appreciate that when we make decisions in St. Kitts and Nevis, it has to be governed by legislation. So all the issues we're hearing now about ownership of beach, especially on South Friars Bay, has no basis in law. No person, no business can own beach or claim rights to the beach or refuse to move from the beach when instructed by the government. No matter how powerful your lawyer is, there is no interpretation that can conflict with this. As coastal lands have increasingly been developed for tourism and private residences, public access points have significantly been reduced or obstructed, which naturally results in some amount of skepticism and discontent. And this is why this bill is so particularly important. This act reaffirms that beaches remain public property up to the high water mark. There is no such thing as a private beach in St. Kitts and Nevis. No such thing. This obligates that developers maintain reasonable and safe public access where feasible. Another issue of importance to coastal zone management is sand mining, which I recently mentioned, above the high water mark under section 72 and subsections 4 and 74 subsection 1. This activity is declared prohibited, save for the exceptions that are informed by consultation with the Department of Environment. Ultimately, this act promotes integrated coastal zone management as a means of coordinating policy and planning and strengthening infrastructure resilience to coastal erosion, flooding, and sea level rise. And I pause here, Madam Speaker, to bring to the fore the experience of our sister country, Jamaica, sister through CARICOM. Black River, St. Elizabeth, you've all seen the videos. Totally devastated. Coastal community, totally devastated. Years before Black River, St. Elizabeth, Black River becomes what it was, and Treasure Beach. And I've been to these places. And one thing about them, they have a very, I think it's the same for all colonial cities and colonial towns in the Caribbean, they feel like home. But one thing the environmental space in Jamaica has questioned since the passage of Hurricane Melissa was building codes and standards and regulations, monitoring and evaluation of permits that were permits given for construction too close to the beach, to the coast. If we are to protect people, citizens, homeowners, persons who have livelihoods in coastal areas, then we must have strong legislation. If we're to protect persons in a Category 5 storm, which we do not wish on anybody else, then our building codes, our Development Control Planning Act, our NCEM has to be strong. One of the challenges that we have in the department with our mangrove restoration project is that many of our mangroves are on privately owned land. And there must be more cooperation and collaboration with private homeowners to ensure our restoration projects are successful. Because if we know anything from mangroves, we know that their purpose is to break water. It's the first natural barrier to storm surges during a hurricane. So we have to really look holistically, not just at the environmental conservation, but at the matching and complementary building codes and development control act. In part 10.11, soil conservation, the length of this section is definitely not an indicator of its importance. Although it's relatively short, it speaks directly to one of our single most important resources, soil and soil assets. And I dare say that this is something that we have taken for granted. It supports us. It supports every ecosystem. All the activities that sustain life on this planet start with soil. Healthy soil is imperative for viable agricultural productivity, which is an inextricable feature of food security. Our farmers, our rural communities stand to be most impacted by soil loss and deterioration. So this section provides standards for understanding soil, for ensuring its conservation via proper use. And I want to remind us also that soil management is so critical to preventative measures. For example, poor soil management, excessive runoff, increased flooding. Poor soil management, excessive runoff, increased siltation in our water resources. And so there is a need for us to be more mindful. And remember, I started in my statement by ministers that when we designate land, we do our soil testing. We clear the area and we test, so you know what soil is most appropriate for what activity. So we have to be more mindful. We have to work together more collaboratively, farmers, producers, construction workers, to manage and maintain the soil. Pollution control. Madam Speaker, under Section 12, which speaks to pollution control, it establishes the Department of Environment's oversight of unauthorized release of pollutants into the land, the water, and the air. It also makes provision for obtaining department-issued pollution control permits and measures that minimize pollution at sources. Ultimately, what this part instructs is that progress should not come at the expense of our rivers, our coastal areas, forested lands, or our atmosphere. And so responsibility must be enshrined in the ways we operate and carry out business. In part 13, Antiquities and Cultural Heritage, and this also is a section that is so critical for the Ministry of Tourism. If our natural physical environment were to be viewed as our nation's body, then antiquities and cultural heritage could be considered its soul. So both of them are inseparable, working together to shape our identity as a twin island federation. Madam Speaker, the Act recognizes this truth by placing a strong emphasis on the protection of antiquities and cultural heritage under this section. Across our islands, there are sites that connect us to our past, and they require protection, documentation, management, preservation, and in some instances, restoration. Under this section, we did wide-scale consultation, working closely with the St. Christopher National Trust, the Heritage Society, the Nevis Historical Conservation Society, and the St. Kitts and Nevis National Archives, the Ministry of Culture, Tourism, the Development Control and Planning Board, local landowners and communities, historians, archaeologists, and universities, the Brimstone Hill Fortress National Park Society, and UNESCO. All these stakeholders are critical to antiquities and cultural heritage, in particular the St. Christopher National Trust. And I'll say something which is, I think it's important to say it even if it's slightly controversial, but nothing really in this bill is controversial. We're all going to support it completely. I think one of the most recent cases of interest in spaces of cultural heritage and historical significance was the Fort Thomas Hotel and its recent, the proposed development, and I think we have all seen the proposal from the developers. And on both sides of the discussion, we have architects and designers who want designs that are in line with our experiences, our history, our trajectory, and there are environmental and historical conservationists who also feel that Fort Thomas Hotel is an area of historical significance. We reached out to the Development Control Planning Board, who indicated that unfortunately, don't know the reason, this is what we met, the Fort Thomas Hotel was not listed as one of the national treasures to be protected under the National Trust. While we can't reverse that particular action, what we did was allow the members who had historians and archaeologists who had serious interest in Fort Thomas to connect with the developers so that the plans could be mindful of the historical significance of Fort Thomas Hotel. And this is what we want to do when we speak to collaboration. We want to ensure that all interests are heard, seen, understood, appreciated, and as far as possible, there is conversation to ensure development is in line with our cultural aesthetics, is in line with our conservation and historical conservation requirements. So I'm happy to report that that partnership or collaboration has been established through the Development and Control Planning Board, and where possible, the National Trust will work towards ensuring greater protection of our historic resources. But I must also say the example and experience of the Hermitage Plantation. We have homeowners who want, no, I don't have the right. The look on the houses with the cut stone. Everybody wants cut stone on their property. And unfortunately, what we've had at Hermitage Plantation is a raping of our history. People literally go down there and break off the stones from the mills and take them back to their homes and put them on their home. Like how you pass through your door knowing that you just thief stone and put it on your building. Can't be a good feeling. It can't borrow permanently. And this has happened throughout St. Kitts and Nevis. We don't see our mills, our sugar mills, as a critical part of our history. And so we're literally just stealing and then reconstructing our homes with them. And it's ridiculous. And this pillage is something that we have to fight. And again, we're going to do so collaboratively. Now, Hermitage Plantation in particular, it's a biosphere reserve. How do you feel that internationally the world has recognized this place as an area of cultural and environmental significance, yet we don't care and we just go and take these stones and put them on our homes? This is an act that we have to fight. We have to desist if we're part of this. The stone cutters, just do it the artificial way, and please leave our stones as they are part of our history. What is important, however, is that there are persons who care about this. The Brimstone Hill Fortress National Park reached out to us recently and don't have the official name of the group of women from Newton Ground, but they also reached out and they said that they want to protect. There is a mill right there opposite the primary school that they also want to protect. So identify your resources, bring them to the attention of the department, and we'll work collaboratively to protect that critical part of our history. An environmental impact assessment process is also protected under this new bill, this new act, and NCEMA incorporates the process of environmental impact assessments, social impact assessments in particular, in conjunction with the Development Control and Planning Act and the Director of Physical Planning. The National Environmental Fund, as we near the end. This part speaks to the establishment of the National Environmental Fund, which will be designated as a sustainable source of financing to be used directly for environmental management programs. This includes monies appropriated by Parliament, all monies given by way of gift, donation, endowments, grants made by regional and international organizations, monies generated from fines, I hope that's the least contributor, that means we're acting good, and interest accrued from the fund. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, blow off. I read in the audience, I'm done. So, in conclusion, and I want to be a little bit more personal here by saying this script was live up until an hour ago. The drafters, the writers, the researchers have been in this script working to ensure everything is correct. In fact, when I came in early this morning, one of the latest contributions received was from Nevis, and we did political consultations with political parties as well, and we did receive one from the NRP, which questioned the functions of the NCEMA as it relates to the Nevis Island. And I mentioned earlier, and the Attorney General will speak more deliberately to this, that in consultation and through consultation with the department, the Nevis Department of Physical Planning and Environment will also have its authority to enact the NC. And we've demonstrated this with our single-use plastic ban and the work that we did collaboratively on that, and the fact that Nevis also sits on the National Council, and Nevis also sits on our solid waste, once they send their nomination, Solid Waste Management Corporation Board here in St. Kitts and Nevis. So this does not prevent Nevis in any way from exercising its own island administration duties, but work collaboratively with St. Kitts as this is a federal bill. I reluctantly accept that talking about the environment and its conservation and all the systems and activities and considerations that are involved in this process will seldom be an appealing topic. But, and I've said it, ain't sexy yet, but it's getting there, right?
No.
Oh, that's inappropriate
Yes,
parliamentary language. It will eventually be trendy and something, a talking point that everyone would want to jump in on. Appropriate? Yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. But I truly believe that if we work to make the interlinkages apparent, how each sector is connected, how every part of the environment is connected, and how it intersects and cross-connects then, and how it affects everyone from the youngest to the oldest, from urban centers to rural communities, tourism sector to agriculture, sustainable development to development and planning control, parks and beaches, solid waste, etc., and constituency empowerment, that it would touch the real, the tangible part of our life, especially since it touches our cultural and heritage realities so well. The environment shapes us. It makes us who we are as St. Kitts and Nevis. And we are creating our culture, our livelihoods, and our future from the environment. It's everything. It's everyone. It's health. It's wealth. It's sustainability. It's a mosaic of our collective action. And the essence of the environment is embedded in NCEMA. This act not only modernizes its predecessor, but it comprehensively packages the full extent of environmental conservation, management, and backs that with systems, standards, accountability, monitoring, tracking, recourse, and remediation. So today, as I bid this act safe passage, please allow me to thank all of the members of the gallery who are here with us, who all contributed in some way to this bill, to all our stakeholders, to the persons who participated in our consultation since 2019, to the former Minister of Environment, to the Nevis Island Administration, to the UNESCO MAB, to everyone who in some way commented, shared their opinions, or questioned every aspect of this bill. The 2 hours that I spent here, it wasn't 2 hours, the hour that I spent here had to be spent because I needed to allow all of their collective voices to ring true in this presentation. I know that the efforts of the Department of Environment and the Ministry of Environment in particular have been correctly allocated towards the upskilling of our achievement for a sustainable island state. This bill has been extensively researched, consulted on, deliberated, drafted with precise intent to build systems that are strong enough and robust enough to cover now and preserve and protect for the future. Thank you to everyone who participated. Thank you to everyone who commented, who shared, and thank you for listening so diligently for the past hour. And I wish this bill a safe passage to the Honorable House. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to the Honorable Senator, Dr. Clark, mover of the bill, for such a substantive presentation. Is there another presenter? I recognize the Honorable Attorney General, who looked over his glasses, so he's ready for work. Is it going to be another hour as well?
May it please you, Madam Speaker, I beg leave to second the debate, but I reserve my right to speak at the end of the debate in case there are any legal questions that arise during the debate.
Very well. Then I recognize the Honorable Member for Nevis 10.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I rise to make my contribution to the bill before this Honorable House, the National Conservation and Environmental Management Bill 2024. And Madam Speaker, it would have been remiss of me, and I would also say hypocritical of me, if I did not rise to make a contribution to this bill. Because as the mover would have indicated, and I must commend her for her excellent presentation in moving the bill, very comprehensive presentation, and as she would have rightly indicated, the movement in terms of the transition from the NCEPA to the NCEMA, the bill that we are here debating today, would have started under my tenure as the Minister with responsibility for the environment. And of course, I too would like to thank those persons who worked in the Department and the Minister of Environment with me, some of who are here in the gallery today, for the hard work and the excellent work that would have been done in terms of getting the bill to where we are today. Now at the stage where we are debating, and I believe it will be passed in the House today. So I also want to join with the mover in saying thanks and congratulating the persons who would have worked so tirelessly in terms of getting the NCEMA where it is today. Madam Speaker, the issue of the environment is one that we have struggled with over the years. And when I say struggle, I mean struggle. Because as she rightly indicated, the environment is not something that is very appealing to members of the public. But I believe over the years we have come to recognize that people underestimate the importance of the environment to our very survival. We are the environment. The environment is us. And it's important that we take better care of our environment. And I believe that is why this piece of legislation is such a comprehensive piece of legislation. And I must comment on how comprehensive it is. Because one of the reasons why we had to transition from the NCEPA to the NCEMA is because there were a lot of gray areas in the NCEPA. And I believe that this piece of legislation that we are debating today seeks to clear up a lot of the gray areas that were a part of the NCEPA. This piece of legislation clearly suggests who is responsible for what agencies are responsible for what, and it is an excellent and comprehensive piece of legislation. It practically deals with everything regarding the environment. Madam Speaker, it deals with environmental management, it deals with protection, it deals with conservation, it deals with biological diversity, it deals with access to genetic resources, it deals with natural resources management, watershed, wetlands, and guts. It speaks to ecosystem management, it speaks to soil conservation, it speaks to pollution control, it speaks to antiquities and cultural heritage, and the list goes on and on and on. And so I am here today, Madam Speaker, because I want to lend my voice to support the bill based on how important this bill is to us in the Federation. I spoke just a while ago about how important the environment is for our actual survival. And if we have been monitoring what has been happening, not only in St. Kitts and Nevis and in the region, but what has been happening throughout the universe in terms of climate change. We saw what just took place in Jamaica and what is happening in other parts of the region with regards to Hurricane Melissa. And not only Hurricane Melissa, but we have seen over the years just how devastating these hurricanes have come. And they are getting stronger by the minute. And it goes back to what we do sometimes and how we ill-treat and mistreat the environment. And so I believe this bill is trying to tell us in St. Kitts and Nevis that we ought to take stock of our environment. We ought to take stock of what is happening around us. And we ought to take stock of what we do in terms of trying to ensure that we have a good environment, we treat our environment properly, and it actually goes back to our survival and the survival of the generations to come. Madam Speaker, I wanted to highlight just a few areas of the bill. I won't be as long as the mover, but I want to highlight a few areas of the bill. And some of the areas she may have highlighted, but I think it is important sometimes that we reiterate certain aspects of the bill. And of course, I just wanted to highlight, it is a long piece of legislation, so sometimes it takes time to find the particular sections. And I just wanted to just quickly speak to the objects, purposes, and guiding principles of the bill. And that is in section 3, where it says the concept, the objects and purposes of this act are to provide for the conservation and sustainable use of the natural heritage of St. Christopher and Nevis, including the conservation of biological diversity, the protection of threatened and endangered species and their habitats, soil conservation and watershed management, the conservation of significant terrestrial and marine ecosystems, including wetlands, and the management of the coastal zone. And it goes on, it goes much further in terms of the objects and purposes and the guiding principles of this bill. Madam Speaker, I also want to speak to the fact, and you would have heard from the mover, of the establishment of the Environmental Council. And Madam Speaker, on previous occasions I've spoken here in this assembly in terms of the appointment of boards and so on, and sometimes I tend to say that, sometimes we appoint boards for appointing board's sake, but not in this case, Madam Speaker. I think the appointment of the council is of extreme significance to oversee what goes on with this bill and what goes on in terms of the management and the protection and the conservation of the environment. So in terms of the establishment of the Environmental Council, that is in section 5. When I looked at the makeup of the Environmental Council, I have to say that I'm pretty pleased with the makeup of the council. I see that there are a number of persons there represented from Nevis in terms of the areas that are represented. We have environment, we have disaster management, we have tourism, we have agriculture, we have marine resources, we have persons from non-governmental organizations, we have persons from civil society. So I think we have excellent representation across the board in terms of who is being represented on this council. I want to encourage persons who will be a part of this council to take their responsibilities very seriously, because this is an area that ought to have good oversight at all times. This is a bill that needs to have good oversight at all times, and it's a bill that needs to be enforced at all times to ensure that we protect our environment. Madam Speaker, I also want to speak to the section that speaks to Nevis in terms of the administration of the Act in Nevis, and that is in section 15. If I can find that section. Yes, section 15 speaks to the administration of the Act in Nevis. The mover would have spoken about it briefly there, but if I can just speak to that in terms of what the bill says. The branch of the department within Nevis with responsibility for environment shall be responsible for the administration of the Act in Nevis. The branch of the department under subsection 1 shall carry out the following functions under this Act with respect to the island of Nevis. A. Execute the responsibilities arising from or in connection with the administration and implementation of this Act within Nevis. B. investigate and monitor the state of the environment in Nevis, and provide environmental data and information which may be included as part of any periodic or other reports that the government is required to produce under any multilateral environmental agreement to which St. Christopher and Nevis is a party. C. Compile, analyze, and disseminate environmental data and information for Nevis. D. Undertake programs and projects to implement the environmental and natural resources policy of the island of Nevis. E. Coordinate and facilitate the integration of the work of other governmental and non-governmental entities to achieve the objects and purposes of this act on the island of Nevis. F. Consult and collaborate with the Nevis Island Administration to further the objects and purposes of this act. G. Promote the sustainable use of biological diversity on the island of Nevis. H. Manage and regulate the environmental effect of activities in Nevis in collaboration with the Nevis Physical Planning Department and any other government agency as it sees fit. I. Coordinate the management of protected areas in Nevis. J. Promote the sustainable use of forests and conservation of soil and watersheds on the island of Nevis. K. Implement measures to prevent and control environmental pollution on the island of Nevis. And it goes on a little bit further. So I just wanted to share that to indicate that on the island of Nevis, we will be fully integrated in terms of the use and the management of this act to ensure that the environment in Nevis, as it is in St. Kitts, is being protected and conserved and managed very well. I also wanted to highlight, Madam Speaker, section that deals with protected areas, particularly on private lands. Because normally, when we hear about protected areas, it is normally on state-owned land. It's normally on government property. But the bill actually provides for protected areas to be declared on private property as well. And the section that deals with that is section 30. Let me see if I can find that section quickly. Yes, section 30 deals with protected areas, because as I mentioned, normally when you hear about a protected area, it's always on government property. But I'm happy that this act provides for that to be done also on private property. And in this section, section 30 says protected areas on private property, where the owner of private land or a non-governmental organization recommends to the department that an area may be suitable for designation as a protected area, the department may enter into consultations with such owner or non-governmental organization with a view to securing the establishment of such an area as a protected area. And of course, it also goes on to say that the government or the department can look at a particular area and decide, well, I think this area should be a protected area. And then they will go and have discussions and have consultations with the person who is in charge of that particular private property. So I'm delighted that this bill makes provision for protected areas to be done on private property. Madam Speaker, the mover of the bill, I don't know if she looked at my notes, because she highlighted section 68, which I also wanted to highlight, which is the protection of our guts. And let's see if I can find that one quickly as well. Section 68. That is an area, Madam Speaker, that is a sore point, I believe, in both St. Kitts and Nevis. Because the mover spoke about persons dumping in guts, right? And the mover said that she don't believe that persons should pay truckers to go all the way up the hill. But I want to correct you, because a lot of the times, persons don't pay the truckers to go up there, you know. They pay the truckers to take the stuff to the landfill. But the truckers decide to take them to the guts. Even though the cost of taking the stuff to the landfill is so cheap. I mean, people marvel sometimes when they get a bill to say how cheap it is to take stuff to the landfill. And I believe that is the case in both St. Kitts and Nevis. Very, very, very cheap. And so what you have happening, Madam Speaker, is that truckers get paid from private persons or from institutions to take the material to the landfill. But in essence, they don't do that. They take the people's money and they take it to the guts. And I am happy to see some hefty fines are listed in here where protection of the guts and so on is concerned. Because a lot of the times people believe that they can go in the guts and do whatever they like. But I'm happy that this section says that all guts in St. Kitts and Nevis are declared to be areas of special concern to be managed in the public interest as stable and productive natural drainage channels. Let me read it again. Natural drainage channels. Because people don't recognize and realize when they indiscriminately go to the guts and dump the old refrigerators, the old washing machines, the old television, whatever, they're actually obstructing that natural drainage channel. And people ought to be punished when they do this kind of indiscriminate dumping. And it goes back to what we are saying about our own survival. Because when you go to the guts, Madam Speaker, and you dump things in the gut, including plastics, those stuff end up in our waterways, in the ocean. Our marine life consume those products. And then in turn, we consume those marine products, Madam Speaker. We have heard of what can happen with the microplastics in the systems of the marine life. And then we end up getting cancer because those microplastics are carcinogenous, right? We've heard about the silting of the ocean. Sometimes when you cut down the trees in the guts, leads to massive soil erosion. The soil goes into the sea, silting takes place, and then you have that domino effect. When the silting takes place, it destroys our reefs, or we know that our reefs have had some serious damage here in St. Kitts and Nevis. And because we have our reefs being damaged, we have a reduction in our fish stocks, Madam Speaker. And of course, people don't recognize as well, the reefs are there to actually help to protect our coastline. And so you're not only damaging the reefs and you're getting less fish, but you're damaging the reefs and you're actually having our coastline to be more open to being eroded. And so people don't recognize when you do one thing up the ocean, up by the gut, up in the hills, there's that domino effect that goes right down to the sea and comes back to haunt us, even when we consume what we get from the ocean. And so I want to make a plea to persons in St. Kitts and Nevis to treat our guts a little better. Treat them as they ought to be treated. Do not dump in the guts. Do not cut down trees in the gut. Do not clear the guts unless you get permission. Do not set up settlements in the gut. I don't think we have that in Nevis. But I don't know if you have it in St. Kitts. Right? So people need to recognize, and that is why it's so important that, even we come here and we pass this legislation, we have to now go and continue to educate members of the general public where these kind of legislation are concerned. And so I want to make an appeal to persons who normally dump indiscriminately in the guts, who normally cut trees, normally do other things in the gut, please to block the guts. We do not want that to happen. And I would encourage as well, because sometimes the gut needs clearing to keep the passage good. But when we do the clearing, we have to be very particular in terms of how much we do and how we do it. So I just wanted to highlight that. And I'm very happy that there's something in here about the protection of the guts, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the move of the bill also spoke to the stealing of stones from the mills. And that is a problem we have had a perennial problem we have had in Nevis as well. And of course, the bill speaks to antiquities and so on and heritage sites. And we ought to try to take more pride in our heritage sites. When the mills are there, we should not go. And you're right, it's stealing because it doesn't belong to them. So it's actually stealing. You may go and say, I'm only taking a couple of 100 stones from this mill, but it's not your property. So when you take something that is not your property, you're actually stealing it. And so we want to ask people as well to desist from stealing. We must be proud of these heritage sites, and these are things that ought to be protected, and I believe the bill speaks to protection of these sites. Madam Speaker, the last area that I wanted to highlight from the bill, because as I said, the mover did a comprehensive job, but the last area that I wanted to highlight was section 122 that speaks to offenses. If you could give me a moment, Madam Speaker, let me find it. I think I've gotten it. And I always believe that when people can't hear, they need to feel too. Right? And I'm happy that the offenses are here and spelled out in the bill. And it says under the offenses in section 122, no person shall contravene any provision of this act or of any regulation or rules or the terms and conditions of any permit or license granted or agreement made under the act, unless a different or other penalty or punishment is specifically prescribed. A person who contravenes subsection 1 commits an offense against this act and is liable on summary conviction, A, to a fine not exceeding $50,000 or imprisonment for 3 months for a first offense. B, to a fine not exceeding $100,000 or imprisonment for 1 year for a second or further offense. And C, in the case of a continuing offense, to a further penalty of $500 for each day during which the offense continues. And so, Madam Speaker, I want to say once again that I am happy that I was a part of ensuring that this bill comes to the Honorable House when I was the Minister of the Environment. I'm happy that it has made it to the House, and I'm happy to say that I stand proudly to support the bill. And I want to encourage all of us in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis to continue tirelessly to protect and manage and conserve our environment. I'm going to end where I started, and I said, our environment is us, and we are our environment. And our survival sometimes depends on how we treat or we ill-treat or mistreat the environment. So, Madam Speaker, with those few words, I want to wish this bill safe passage through this Honorable House, and it has my full support. May it please you.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for Nevis 10. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 4.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise to lend my support to this bill as well and compliment the mover of the bill for a very comprehensive motion. Now, Madam Speaker, I intend to be brief because much has been said already. But I also thought that as the Minister of Agriculture, it was important for me to lend my voice in support of this bill. And to say why, just briefly, because for me this bill speaks to our own survival here as a nation, Cinques and Nevis. Because it's not just a law here that merely deals with conservation, Madam Speaker. It's a law that really protects the air that we breathe. It protects the water that we drink. It protects the seas around us and the lands from which we draw our food, as you would have heard earlier. And that for me is critical, because those areas contribute directly to our survival. And so this bill is critical. Madam Speaker, this bill in its makeup has taken fragmented parts of legislation and put them together in such a way that it centralizes the management of our forests, our rivers, our reefs, our farms, and bring everything under context of one single living system. That is something I think the mover and team must be commended for, bringing everything together in such a way that it has a unified approach and single management. Kudos to you, Honorable. Madam Speaker, this bill also honors our ancestors, Madam Speaker. And I say that because when we look at how the bill merges our traditional way of being unified with our environment and bridges that with the modern laws and context in which we have to protect them, we recognize that our ancestors must be proud in saying, you have taken what we have been honored with and what we honored in our time, and you have brought modern laws to protect it for future generations. And this bill, again, kudos to you, Honorable, for a job well done in bringing this into context. But Madam Speaker, as the Minister of Agriculture, this bill also puts us not just as a nation where we react to things, but as a nation that has chosen to lead and lead effectively. And we are saying that we want to protect our forests before there is a problem. We want to protect our farmers before there's soil erosion. We want to protect our seas and our corals before there's a pressure of pollution and degrading effects. We want to protect it before, and we want to lead out in that regard. You know, the Ministry of Environment may not always, in most people's mind, be seen as a very, and I can't use unparliamentary language, but as a ministry that has it's not the most attractive ministry to some people. Yes. But it is impactful. Very critical. Again, it speaks to the essence of what keeps us alive. And that gives it all the importance in the world. And I want to really take this few moments just to say again, we see the work that you do. We love the work that you do. And this moment in Parliament today should honor you for such a wonderful composition of legislation. So never stop what you're doing to the ministry. We need it. The country needs it. The future needs it. And to all of us here in Parliament, I hope that we understand the work that went into this and the work that continues to go into legislation just like this, and the work that our honorable member continues to do for our country. And as the Ministry of Agriculture, having to work alongside her, I could tell you I understand it very well. Maybe too well. But importantly, I want to say how much we appreciate it. And in that appreciation, I want to wish this bill safe passage to this honorable House, and to know that our future will be protected by it for years to come. Thank you. May it please you, Honor.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher IV. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 1, who stood promptly.
Madam Speaker, I rise today with immense pride and unwavering support for the NCMA bill that was so articulately presented by the mover. And you could only imagine, Madam Speaker, see it in your face, this smile, because, you know, I take a lot of credit for my youths when they are doing well, and I commend her. The bill, Madam Speaker, as I jokingly reminded her this morning, has 127 well-crafted sections. It is therefore not just a document, Madam Speaker. It is, in my view, a declaration. A declaration, Madam Speaker, that St. Kitts and Nevis is ready to lead with vision, responsibility, and resilience in the face of the global environmental crisis, Madam Speaker. I must, Madam Speaker, like the other presenters, commend the legal drafters, all of those persons who work on this document, the environmental experts, the consultants, the civil society, all of the stakeholders. Former minister, as he got his credit earlier, I too will credit him and his team for what can be described this morning as historic. And every hand and mind that contributed to this effort, I say thank you. You have not written a bill. You have in fact written history. Madam Speaker, the structure of the NCMA is both logical and visionary. From the preliminary provisions, including the short title, the interpretation and guiding principles, to the administrative framework that empowers the minister and establishes a national environmental council. This bill lays a solid, and I stress solid, institutional foundation for the future. The council role, as was mentioned, this is not, in my view, ornamental. It is pivotal and extremely necessary, as it serves as the nerve center for environmental guidance, ensuring that policy is not only made but implemented with integrity and foresight. I must confess, Madam Speaker, that I am happy that we are passing it now and not before. Because I hear my sister saying something. She said I might have gone jail. That's our inside joke, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, what was that? Serious joke. But of course, Madam Speaker, in part 3 of the bill, this is where the heart of our environmental commitment beats strongest, because it addresses the protected area. We heard much of the Brimstone Hill National Park, of course, a jewel of our heritage. The biological diversity, we heard all about these, the watersheds, wetlands, and they got some. I got to know more while reading after finishing geography somewhere in the 80s. But Madam Speaker, what I like about the bill, it does not operate in isolation. It aligns us with international conventions, establishes both national and international environmental funds, and integrates environmental impact assessment into everything that we are planning. Again, like the member for number 4, Madam Speaker, we must commend and thank all of our workers. This is visionary, and it's a blueprint for sustainable development, for climate resilience, and integrational justice. And I have no choice, Madam Speaker, to lend my support and wish this bill the very best. I really had no intention in speaking, but after I heard the mover, I had no choice. I am super proud. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 1. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I rise to lend my voice to the presentation, and with my voice, my support, of course, to this landmark piece of legislation, the National Conservation and Environmental Management Bill. Madam Speaker, a lot has already been said for the morning, and so I don't propose to go through all that has been said. But from the tourism sector, for us, this bill is not just an environmental milestone. For us, it is what we deem as an economic safeguard. Now, the move of the bill went through a lot on how this bill will impact us in tourism. And I like to tell the stakeholders and all the people that we sell the destination to that what distinguishes us from other sun destinations. When we go, and of course in tourism we're competing, and most destinations have the sun, they have the sand, they have the ocean. So what distinguishes us from other sun destinations? And for me, and for most of us, it is our rich culture, our history, our people, how we live, how we talk, what we eat, why we say what we say, certain, just who we are as a people. And that is what we sell in tourism. That is why we say you should come to St. Kitts, why you should come to Nevis. And if we don't have that, Madam Speaker, it makes it, we have nothing to sell, one, but it makes it even more difficult for us with other competing destinations. And so we welcome this bill, not just for the fact that it is an environmental milestone for the people of this country, but for the tourism industry. For us, it is an economic safeguard for the people who thrive off of the industry. A lot of our people rely solely on the industry for their livelihoods. And so we see this as an economic safeguard. Tourism thrives on the quality of our natural and cultural environment. Visitors come here seeking authenticity. They're seeking beauty and tranquility, experiences that depend heavily on our healthy ecosystems. So this bill ensures that the development within the tourism sector, whether it's hotels or marinas, other infrastructure, this bill ensures that they proceed in a responsible, sustainable, and climate resilient manner. It gives the Ministry of Tourism a framework to work hand in hand with the Department of Environment, which we do already, to ensure that tourism's growth is green, inclusive, and for us, long-term, resilient, and sustainable. I won't go through the benefits of this bill as it relates to tourism, because the move of the bill would have gone through that already. But what I want to say is that the establishment, as the mover mentioned, of the National Environmental Council, this will create what is needed: a single coordinating mechanism to harmonize policies across sectors, including tourism, agriculture, fisheries, and even culture. The other day, while we're in cabinet, I think it's the Department of Culture who came to present. And what we realized is that there were duplication of efforts. In the Ministry of Tourism, we have embarked on the Sustainable Tourism Agenda, where for us, the agenda is twofold, well, threefold. It's the environmental responsibility aspect, and then there's the social inclusion. As it relates to the first limb of the Sustainable Tourism Agenda, in the ministry, we have embarked on an audit where we've mandated the staff to preserve a lot of the natural sites, the heritage sites. And I was shocked when we met with the Department of Culture, and they said, that is something that they're working on as well. Now, what we realize is, and perhaps we need to be communicating more, but what is needed is what this bill proposes. One single mechanism, coordinating mechanism, not just single, but a coordinating mechanism to harmonize the policies across the different sectors. The Ministry of Tourism will now have a clearer platform for collaboration, ensuring that tourism planning is integrated into the national environmental management strategies. This cross-sectoral approach reduces duplication, like I said earlier, Madam Speaker. It improves efficiency and strengthens our overall capacity for sustainable development. This bill supports the implementation of the common sustainable tourism policies that aligns with the OECS CSTP and the CARICOM Sustainable Tourism Standards. And in March of this year, I think it was on the 28th of March, we signed on and ratified with other member states from the OECS as well. It advances the UN Sustainable Development Goals, as the mover of the bill would have said earlier, and she spoke to a number of the goals that this would address. Madam Speaker, for us, it reaffirms our Federation's image as a responsible tourism destination, one that values conservation, cultural heritage, and community well-being. And that is the crux of what we offer as a product for tourism: wellness, ecotourism, adventure tourism, cultural heritage, rich history, of course with the other things like the sun, sand, and beach. So I won't go on, Madam Speaker, and I can, but I won't go on because the other presenters this morning have done justice to this bill. And so having said that, I want to commend the mover of the bill and all the persons in the gallery who would have supported, done the work, done the research, the consultations, the extensive consultations. I want to commend them all and wish this bill safe passage through this honorable House. May it please you.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 2. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 6.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to lend my own quota of support for the ongoing debate that is taking place on the National Conservation and Environmental Management Bill. It seems as though it is still titled 2024. I guess it's 2025. I don't know, 2024. And to say, Madam Speaker, that it's really my pleasure and honor to do so. As you would have announced earlier, I understand that I would not be here. Right. No, you're right. You're right. You're right. You did receive something. I should not have been here. But once the Minister of Environment is taking the stage, I have to be here. And so naturally, I am here to lend my strong support to the passage of this bill and also lend strong support to the minister, hardworking, who has moved mountains and will continue to do so as we proceed towards the promised land. But Madam Speaker, a lot has been said. Very little, I think, I need to say. But there are some things that I must say in my capacity as the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Minister as well as Economic Development and Investment, and the Minister of Trade, etc. Just yesterday, actually afternoon, we were engaged in the Ministry of Trade, etc., with some counterparts from Curacao. Because with these challenging times, the idea is to see how far or how near we can really forge partnerships with business people, with investors and developers for the advancement of our country. In fact, I started out saying there and then that for 400 years we were sustained by the sugar industry. Back in 2004, 2005, it became necessary to close the industry because of the enormous problems that we had experienced. In fact, one of those that forced the decision upon us was the devastating hurricane that had almost completely destroyed the railway system. And there was at that time, maybe back in about 4 or 5 years before we actually closed it, we thought that it was going to end there. And we developed a strategy which is referred to as the adaptation strategy in order to map out the future development of the country. What sectors were we going to focus upon in giving the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, the young people in particular, a better opportunity to advance themselves and advance livelihoods in our country. And so we called upon the international partners and we developed what was called the adaptation strategy for the next 15 years. We have done something very similar. Bear with me, not be controversial. We've done something very similar now that we are in a different era and we are impacted upon the realities of climate change, where environment has become a cornerstone for our development in the future, where sustainability is critical. And so we have created what is called the National Development Planning Framework, and with the minister and her lovely people there, they have made it more sexy. Can I use that term here? Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I take it back. I take it back. I take it back. But they have been able to develop a strategy placed within an agenda framework so that we would have the development strategy and the foundations to the development of the country in the future properly embodied in the Sustainable Island State Agenda called CISA. And so there are people who think that there's confusion. There's no confusion. What we want to do is to make sure that the National Development Planning Framework, which will take us for the next 15 years until 2040, is being presented with an agenda that has been created by the creativity of the Ministry of Sustainable Development and Climate Action, etc., which is headed by our minister. And so today, this piece of legislation, in my opinion, creates greater foundational strength for our achievements and our development in the future. I want to commend again those who have framed this piece of legislation over the years, starting, of course, with the administration before us and continuing with this administration, so that there is again a demonstration that in certain areas of our development, there is no confusion. And if there's confusion, move the confusion aside and let people who understand how to develop a country move forward. And that is why this is so important. So I want to really commend all of those who have been engaged in putting this together, not only those in the ministry who would have provided the guidance and the support and the substance, but also our Attorney General and his chambers, who would have worked to ensure that we have this piece of legislation that will guide our development into the future. So in my capacity as the Minister of Economic Development and Investment and Foreign Affairs, etc., I believe, therefore, that the purpose of the bill has been achieved with what has been said so far today. It is to make sure that there is modernization, there is environmental governance by consolidating the fragmented pieces of legislation which would have gone before. I believe that the objectives of this bill also speak strongly in support of our development in the future. In fact, some of the key objectives, if I may just make reference to the notes that I have here, would strengthen the institutional framework for environmental management, and I stress our economic development. We cannot have our economic development in this country being haphazard. It has to be directed. It has to fall within the broad framework of what we say is critical for us, and that is saving the environment for other generations to come. My brother here, he's gone. He said earlier that one was able to receive from our ancestors what the country is today. And it is our duty to ensure that it is given to the next generation of our people so that they too can preserve it for the next generation. And so we would then become their ancestors and they would be proud of us. So it's very important that we do these things. Another very important objective, I believe, is the promotion of sustainable development through coordinated planning and policy integration. And that is what is being achieved here. There's no guy going to come into this country and say he's going to build a hotel, for example, and go straight down on the beach and build it. The beach belongs to the people. And we must have access. Our people must have access to our beaches. Neither those who are resident here can take up our beaches and prevent better and upscale development from taking place. And so too, those who will come and want to build upscale properties must know that they have to leave the beach in reserve for us. So this is why this is so critical to be debated here in this parliament today, because it speaks to how we will look in the future, even when we are the most prosperous country in the whole Caribbean region. That's what we are trying to achieve. But we must achieve it, but our people must not lose anything that belongs to them in that process. And so I believe then that another objective is to ensure that there's environmental impact assessments, the EIAs. They must be done. They have to be done. The minister made reference a while ago to Fort Thomas Hotel. Before the cabinet gave approval and support for that facility to be redeveloped into something new and different, there had to be an environmental impact assessment done. And if the environmental impact assessment was saying to us in the cabinet that this is going to destroy this and that and that and that, then we would say, brother, take your project somewhere else. The environment impact assessments have to be done. And that is what's so critical about this piece of legislation that we are debating here today. Also, I want to make the point that it achieves a very important objective that aligns our own development with our regional and international agreements and institutions that we are part of. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs, as you know, we are engaged at the regional, the hemispheric, and the international level. We sign on to conventions not for joke, but to ensure that we, as a young, developing, progressive nation, would be able to have the best of what the international community would want us to achieve to advance ourselves as a nation. And so this piece of legislation aligns itself with a number of regional and international conventions and signatories that we would have had in the past. The OECS, for example, environmental framework. This piece of legislation ensures that we are part of that regional framework for development. The CARICOM Regional Environmental Policy. That is another box that has been ticked because this piece of legislation ensures that we are paying attention to being part of the important CARICOM agreement pertaining to climate and environmental protection that we have signed on to. And then there are a number of multilateral environmental agreements. What are these? One, the Paris Agreement for climate change. That's critical. People hear us say we're going to the Paris, we're going to COP, etc., every year. This is part of being a member of the family of nations that have signed on to the Paris Agreement. And so the Paris Agreement speaks to climate change. The Basel, or what do you call it? Basel or Basel? Basel. The Basel Convention, which you know about, of course, which deals with waste management. The Cartagena Convention, which deals with marine pollution. We have signed on to those already. And this piece of legislation that we're passing in the Parliament today ensures that we continue to adhere to the basic principles and guidelines that have been provided. And then finally, the Convention on Biological Diversity. In other words, by passing this piece of legislation, we can stand tall and proud with our hands either in the air or in our pockets with pride and say, we are part of these things. We are not being left behind. And that's important because, you see, when we talk about attracting international investors to our country, to invest in this country, to provide opportunities for employment for our people, to advance the country generally, they would want to know that you are not a pariah state. You are a state that is modern, that is adhering to all of the principles of a modern society, a modern country, and so they would be feeling comfortable to come and invest here. Very quickly, finally, I want to say that there must be some questions that are being asked and responses that need to be given with regard to what and how does this piece of legislation impact upon our private developers. And that is why I said this piece of legislation will ensure that development becomes responsible. Development is not haphazard. It is directed. There is responsibility in how we are going to move for the development of this country in the future. As I mentioned before, we have to do EIAs. They become necessary. I don't believe any development of any kind, of any major kind, will ever take place here in this country unless the environmental impact assessment is done. And so I reach out to our young people to let them know that this is an area that you must go and do further studies in. There's nothing going to be happening here in developing our country unless we would have had the necessary skills at work to assess the impact of that development before it starts. So I make an appeal to our young people. Go out and find yourselves skilled and trained in areas of this kind because they are going to be absolutely necessary in the future. Will it increase bureaucracy? People might be saying, with all these little laws that the age you bring by, pure red tape here. No, it is not. Yes, it's not more red tape, no. In fact, the red tape gone, it was. The red tape is gone because everything is now documented, is legislated, it is structured, it is directional. So the red tape gone. It's easier for the man from Curacao who was listening to us yesterday to come and do his investment here because the bureaucracy is not there any longer. How will it impact the public in terms of benefits? And of course, it will, because we will say we have cleaner communities. We are respecting the environment, the artifacts, the heritage of our country, the struggles of our people before us. They are being preserved. And as the Minister of Tourism said earlier, a lot of it is going to be heritage tourism. So we have to preserve these, and people are going to be more pleased to come and invest here in our country. Question may be asked, what budgetary implications would be as a result of this legislation? I believe very, very strongly that it will minimize costs, because you are being directed as to what to do. You ain't going to go by trial and failure. You try this, you knock it down, and you build it again. No! That is now out of the window. You are going to be structured in your approach, because everything is documented and guided as to what you should be doing. And finally, in terms of the climate change relevance, it fits squarely within that particular formula. That is why the Minister of Environment spoke and led on this bill. Environment, consciousness of the environment, protecting the environment is paramount in this piece of legislation. I don't think I could have done it better. Kudos to you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 6. It's 210. I recognize the Honourable Attorney General.
May it please you, Madam Speaker, I won't be long. I see some people are hungry in the chambers. Madam Speaker, I am a huge fan of a show on television called The Game of Thrones. The Game of Thrones is a show about fictional families fighting over political power. However, one of the most important things in the show is a statement saying that the winter is coming. And what that means is, despite all the micro-level societal issues that are going on, there's a bigger picture issue that is happening. In the Caribbean context, that bigger picture issue is climate change. And climate change is manifesting in stronger storms. It used to be, teacher, June too soon, October all over. Jamaicans can't say that anymore. Because just this week, they were impacted by a late October megastorm that destroyed parts of Western Jamaica. I say that to say that laws strengthening our toolkit to manage the environment are more important than any other laws that come to this house, because they deal with the bigger picture. We worry about speed cameras, zones, elections, a lot of societal issues. But when we don't keep focus on the bigger issues, then we'll be lost. When this law strengthens the coast, the reefs, beach protection, that's our first line of defense against storm surge. When this law deals with protecting guts to stop them from being blocked, that protects infrastructure and housing that are closer to guts. So this legislation, led by this amazing minister, her amazing team, is very important. And I do not want that to be lost on our people. And I'm in essence repeating what the learned, long-standing, how many years now, Minister? 36 years in Parliament, Minister said that these things are very important and no longer just talk, they actually action, and we're seeing results. Down to my two things I'm going to speak about. This bill gives me an opportunity, first of all, as referenced by the mover of the bill, how our constitutional framework works in terms of matters like the environment. Gives me an opportunity to address that very briefly. And also I'm going to address public beaches in more detail. Now, we have a federal construct which assigns certain responsibilities to the Nevis Island Administration. Those responsibilities, and I'm going to list them, are airports and seaports, education, extraction and processing of minerals, fisheries, health and welfare, labor, land and buildings vested in the Crown and specifically appropriated for use of the government, and licensing of imports into and exports out of St. Kitts and Nevis. The Constitution also speaks about what the Nevis Island Assembly, which is the Parliament on Nevis, is responsible for. Agriculture, amenities for tourists, animals, archaeological or historic sites and monuments, borrowing of monies or obtaining grants for the purpose of the Nevis Island Administration and making grants and loans for those purposes, cemeteries, cinemas, conservation and supply of water, dangerous or inflammable substances, economic planning and development, employment of persons who are not citizens, hotels, restaurants, bars, casinos, and similar establishments, housing, industries, trades, and businesses, land and buildings, manufacture and supply of electricity, parks and other places for public recreation, prevention and control of fires, roads and highways, sport and cultural activities, and other matters that can be dealt with can be given to it by Parliament. So those are the exclusive domain of the Nevis Island Administration. And I say that to say that what the bill we're dealing with today is environmental matters. Environmental matters are not referenced in the Constitution. However, despite that, Section 15 of the bill specifically gives responsibility administratively to the Department of the Environment in Nevis to deal with the matters that are within the bill. And the member for Nevis 10 went through all of the detail of that particular section, which did not need to be given to the Nevis Department of Environment because it's not constitutionally required to. However, the federal Ministry of Environment, in its wisdom, consulted with Nevis, did massive consultations about the bill, and determined from a federal level, having the authority to do so, that it is best that matters of environment in Nevis are dealt with by the department in Nevis. So I want people to understand that, because we received a letter just today, the ministry received a letter today complaining that this legislation is unconstitutional. Sometimes people don't read things with their eyes, they read things with their politics. And we need to stop that. We need to stop that. We need to read things with our eyes and our brains, not just with our politics. So I wanted to clarify, because I was asked to do so by the mover of the bill, that this is fully constitutional. And actually goes further. So imagine there's a politician in Nevis complaining that this act is unconstitutional when environmental matters are federal matters, yet the federal government is giving the Nevis Island administration over environmental matters in Nevis. It perplexes me when people think that way. But I know why they do that, because they don't see the real world, they see their fantasy world. And in relation to public beach access, I want to make this clear because it's been a talking point recently. What the Act does, it preserves public beaches, all beaches in St. Kitts and Nevis, they are vested in the Crown. This means that members of the public have a legal right to access and the freedom to enjoy beaches for recreational purposes and activities, meaning beaches remain accessible for recreational, cultural, traditional use by all people. Traditional use, Madam Speaker, we all know what that is. That is Sunday picnics with your family. That is Easter Monday at Friars or Cockershell or Majors. That is traditional use. That's our cultural use of beaches. That is preserved. And it does not allow private landowners or adjacent property owners or anybody occupying beaches to be able to utilize those beaches and exclude the general public from using them. That is what this act preserves in its beach provisions. Now I want to explain what beaches are because that's also a point of contention. Beach is defined as the natural area where the land meets the sea. It's made up of sand, pebbles, or rock. And it extends from the mean high water mark inland to where natural coastal vegetation changes. So there's some places in St. Kitts and Nevis where you can tell where the beach ends, beach being unconsolidated material, and then you get soil, which is consolidated material. If you can physically see that, that is where the beach is. Where it ends is where the soil takes over. However, there are some places where you cannot see the clear vegetation, and the definition says that the beach is the primary sand dune tidal areas and the wave-shaped zones up to at least 20 meters from the high water mark. So when you're uncertain where the beach ends, that is the definition of where the beach is. And what those provisions do is they affirm that beaches are public natural spaces protected both legally and physically. So, beaches are recognized and are not available for privatization or degradation. I think it's very important to see those two things. Public must keep access to the beach, that is one thing. That is a social law. And beaches cannot be degraded. That is the environmental aspect of it, is that the beaches are the protection of the coast from storm surge. So those are the two things, two reasons why you cannot have unauthorized construction or any sort of removal of trees on the beach without there being an impact assessment, without there being state intervention and approval. And to uphold the right to access to the beach, this is another thing that has been contention in St. Kitts and Nevis. There must be public landward access to every beach. So for example, in St. Kitts and Nevis they have coves. Some of those, the land around those coves sometimes are owned by one individual. However, that individual must allow a space, and that space must be at least 8 feet wide, or if there's a traditional wider access, that traditional wider access must be maintained, and it must be wide enough for emergency vehicles to pass safely. So if you own a cove, a land adjacent to a cove, you must provide that access to that beach by law. And that is what this legislation, this bill, preserves. And it also respects historically accessed beaches. It preserves the public right-of-way to beaches. It preserves the traditional use of beaches. And the government allows the government to designate or acquire access rights if there's some contention as to the access. And it also provides significant penalties for anybody who blocks the access to public beaches. Persons can be fined up to $100,000 or imprisoned up to 1 year or both, and must restore the blocked access. And corporations, clubs, associations, or other bodies may be fined up to $500,000 and must restore and maintain access. So in other words, if a company is doing it, it's even worse than if an individual property owner is doing it. And those measures help to uphold the principle that beaches are a shared national asset. They are public, they are accessible, and they're protected from obstruction and inappropriate development. I want to repeat that. Beaches are a shared national asset. public, accessible, and protected from obstruction or inappropriate development. Madam Speaker, those are the matters I wish to speak about. The mover of the bill has very carefully and in detail went through every single part of the bill and explained why it's an important development in our laws. So all I have to say as I end is that I support the bill. I congratulate the ministry for the gargantuan effort it was from first reading, well, from development under the previous, continuation and development under the current minister, to the first reading last year, to consultation since then, to amendments that had to be made given the consultations, to the point where we are today, where we have a very good bill that we all as the nation, St. Kitts and Nevis, can be very proud of. May it please you.
Thank you to the Honorable Attorney General. Seconder of the bill. Is there another presenter? Mover? I recognize the Honorable Senator, Dr. Clark, the mover of the bill, who is now going to do the wrap-up.
Madam Speaker, I rise to wind up the debate on the bill shortly entitled the National Conservation Environment Management Bill 2025-20. And I say I have nothing to wrap up because every member who supported this bill has clearly stated how critical it is. And I want to thank the House for its support, as well as not just for support in presentation, but support of the work of the ministry. Thank you.
Thank you to the Honorable Senator, Dr. Clark, mover of the bill, who just did her wrap-up. Before we close, I have to ask the question. Is there going to be an amendment to adjust the name of the bill? I think it would be appropriate now, so that I speak to the question properly.
Oh, yes, there we go.
Is it 2024?
Yes, I wish to move a motion. Oh, sorry.
Just. Yes, but Prior to the adjournment, we were going into the question. So the question is that the bill shortly entitled National Conservation and Environmental Management Bill 2024 be read a second time. Those in favor? Let me repeat that. The question is that the bill shortly entitled National Conservation and Environmental Management Bill 2024 be read a second time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to provide for the administration and allocation of administrative responsibilities for environmental management, conservation, and sustainable use and development of biological diversity, natural resources, and the natural and cultural heritage of St. Christopher and Nevis, the designation and management of terrestrial protected areas, pollution prevention and control, the incorporation of international obligations with respect to environmental matters into national law and for related or incidental matters, otherwise known as the National Conservation and Environmental Management Bill 2024.
The bill shortly entitled National Conservation and Environmental Management Bill 2024 has been read a second time. House moves to committee stage.
The arrangement of sections.
The question is that the arrangement of sections. AG, I see. Apologies. Proceed.
Yes, Madam Chair, I beg leave for the expression 2024 to be replaced with the expression 2025.
The question is that the title of the bill, particularly the year, be amended as proposed. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The arrangement of sections.
The question is that the arrangement of sections stand part of the bill. AGS, you looking public? Okay, very well. I'm trying to read your facial expression. Very well. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
The question is that Clause 1 stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye.
Sorry.
No. AG, you're moving a little slow.
Sorry, no, my apologies. I was wondering if the replacement of the expression 2024 with 2025 is throughout the bill now, because Clause 1 actually does have a reference to 2024. So I was hesitant as to whether to raise that.
So then the question would have to be put for that, because the question was put for it to be the title in particular.
Yes. Oh, the title. So it's title throughout the legislation. Okay, very well.
So we would proceed with Clause 1. The question is that Clause 1 stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
Yes, Madam Chair. It is requested that there be an amendment to the definition of beach and beach access and environmental and MAB and soil conservation and St. Mary's Biosphere Reserve as in the document circulated to all members.
The Question is that Clause 2 as amended and circulated stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Clause 3.
See? The question is that Clause 3 stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? Members, I know we haven't had lunch, but I'd appreciate the support so that we can get through this quickly and proceed to get some nourishment. Yes, we will proceed.
Clause 4.
Madam Chair,
Yes, please.
humbly beg that Clause 4 be amended as reflected in the documents circulated to members, in that there is an insertion of the word beaches and a replacement of his powers with his or her powers.
Very well. The question is that Clause 4 as amended and circulated stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
Madam Chair, I humbly beg that Clause 5, subsection 2, be amended by replacing subsection A with the persons listed in the document circulated to members.
The question is that Clause 5 as amended and circulated stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Clauses 6 to 18.
The question is that Clauses 6 through to 18 stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Clause 19.
Madam Chair, I humbly beg that Clause 19, subsection 8, be amended such that the term High Court be replaced with Council.
The question is that Clause 19 as amended and circulated stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Clauses 20 to 23.
The question is that Clauses 20 to 23 stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Clause 24.
AG?
Madam Chair, I humbly beg that Clause 24, subsection 1 be amended according to the document circulated to members.
The question is that Clause 24 as amended and circulated stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Clauses 25 to 29.
The question is that Clauses 25 through to 29 stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Clause 30.
AG?
Madam Chair, I humbly beg that Clause 30, subsection 3, subparagraph D, replace ecotourism with the expression sustainability.
The question is that Clause 30 as amended and circulated stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Clauses 31 to 36.
The question is that Clauses 31 through to 36 stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Clause 37.
AG?
Madam Chair, I humbly beg that Clause 37 be amended as circulated to members, as in the document circulated to members.
The question is that Clause 37 as amended and circulated stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Clauses 38 to 48.
The question is that Clauses 38 through to 48 stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Sorry.
Yes, Madam Chair, before we continue, I beg for the new clauses representing the St. Mary's Biosphere Reserve, sections 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54 be added to the bill as reflected in the document circulated to members.
To be 49 through to 54. '49 through to 54. The question is that clauses 49 through to 54 be inserted and added to and stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The existing 49 through 71.
It would be 54. Mr. Knight?
Yeah, Madam Chair, the renumbering will have to occur because of the insertion. 49 will go to 55. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. So 40. So you will add 6 to whatever number is there.
'55 to '71. Clause 72.
Madam Chair, I humbly beg that clause 72 be amended as reflected in the document circulated to members.
The question is that clause 72 as amended and circulated stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Clauses 73 to 98.
The question is that clauses 73 through to 98 stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Chair, I humbly beg that immediately after clause 98, as renumbered, there be the addition of a clause referenced as collaboration with related departments as circulated in document to members.
Thereby being clause 99.
Yes, please, Madam Chair.
The question is that the new clause 99 be inserted and stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Clauses 100 through 127.
The question is that clauses 100 through to 127 stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The first and second schedules.
Question is that the first and second schedule stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The third schedule.
Madam Chair, I humbly beg that the third schedule be amended to include the 2 reptiles referenced in the document circulated to members.
The question is that the third schedule be amended as circulated and stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The enacting clause.
The question is that the enacting clause stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
And the title.
The question is that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. House resumes. House resumes. Honorable Senator Dr. Clark.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the bill shortly entitled National Conservation Environment Management Bill 2025 has passed through committee stage with amendments.
Madam Speaker, I second that motion.
Madam Speaker, and I ask that the bill be read a third time and passed into law.
Question. Seconder?
I second all three versions of the proposal.
Very well. Very well. The question is that the bill shortly entitled National Conservation and Environmental Management Bill 2025 be read a third time and passed into law. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to provide for the administration and allocation of administrative responsibilities for environment management, conservation and sustainable use and development of biological diversity, natural resources, and the natural and cultural heritage of St. Christopher and Nevis, the designation and management of terrestrial protected areas, pollution prevention and control, the incorporation of international obligations with respect to environmental matters into national law, and for related or incidental matters, otherwise known as the National Conservation Environmental Management Bill 2025.
The bill shortly entitled National Conservation and Environmental Management Bill 2025 has been read a third time and passed into law. Honorable members, some brief housekeeping. We have one additional bill, but I think it is time for some nourishment. I think others would agree. What we need to discuss is when we are going to return. I think we can do a very short break. No. That is unjust. 3:30. I think that is more reasonable. So the House will rise for lunch, adjourn and return at 3:30 p.m. promptly. House stands
Gentlemen, please stand for the playing of the national anthem. Polanco, chaplain of the Joseph N. France General Hospital, to lead us in prayer.
Pleasant good morning. Shall we pray? Father and God, we just want to thank you, dear God, in Jesus' name. Lord, we come before you today. Father, we bless you and honor you. God, we give you all the praise. We give you all the glory. We give you all the honor, dear God. Father, we put you first, Lord, in everything that we do, dear God. For, Lord, we realize, dear God, that without you we can do nothing. And Father, we thank you, dear God, for this commissioning ceremony, dear Lord. God, we invite your presence, Lord, oh God, in the midst of us. Father, we say thank you, dear God, for this wonderful opportunity, dear Lord. We thank you, dear God, Lord, for the ambulances, dear Lord. We thank you, God, for every entity, every organization, dear God, that, Lord, that work, dear God, to make this possible. Father, we thank you, God. Lord, God, as an institution, we thank you, dear Father. Lord God, as a Ministry of Health, we thank you, Father. Oh God, as a government, we thank you, dear God. As a people, Lord, as a nation, Father, we say thank you. Oh, we bless you and we give you praise, dear God. Father, we put this ceremony into your hands. Father, you be glorified. In Jesus' name, amen. Amen.
Please be seated. Thank you, Mrs. Polanco. Honorable Dr. Terence Drew, Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, National Security and Immigration, Health, Human Resources and Social Security, and Mrs. Drew. Honorable Dr. Jeffrey Hanley, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Education, Youth, Social Development, Gender Affairs, Aging and Disability. Dr. Marcus Natter, Cabinet Secretary. Ms. Thelma Richards, Head of Civil Service. Other permanent secretaries and senior government officials. His Excellency Edward Tao, Ambassador of the Republic of China, Taiwan to St. Kitts and Nevis. Other members of the Diplomatic and Consular Corps. Dr. Hazel Laws, Chief Medical Officer, Ministry of Health, Dr. Davine Wilkin, Medical Chief of Staff, Joseph N. France General Hospital, Mrs. of Institutional Nursing Services, Ministry of Health, Mrs. Rondalyn Dennis Bradshaw, Principal Nursing Officer, Ministry of Health, Ms. Stacy Batiste, Operations Manager, Joseph N. France General Hospital, and other members of the leadership and staff of the Joseph N. France General Hospital and Ministry of Health, Mr. Glenville Jeffers, Executive Director at TDC, Mrs. Charlene Stapleton, Chief Operations Officer at TDC, and other senior members and staff from the TDC Group Limited, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. This morning's ceremony is a moment of pride and gratitude, a reminder of what progress truly looks like when leadership, commitment, and passion meet action. We are not here just to commission the ambulances you see behind me. We are here, and I dare say, to celebrate what they represent. Renewed strength in our healthcare system, renewed confidence in our emergency services, and renewed hope for our people. These ambulances are symbols of a government that listens, a government that delivers, and a government that prioritizes people. For months, we have heard the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Minister of Health, Finance as well, Dr. Terence Drew, speak about these very units, their importance, their arrival, and their role in improving the delivery of healthcare across the Federation. From today onward, we witness this transformation. This is part of a much broader movement, however, one that continues to redefine what public healthcare means in St. Kitts and Nevis, from hospital upgrades to new specialists, training opportunities for EMTs, to the modernization of our healthcare system. This government continues to power progress in ways that reach directly into the lives of our citizens. As we commission these ambulances today, let us be reminded that every investment in healthcare is an investment in our nation's future. Our country's strength is measured by the quality of care it provides to its people, and today we affirm that our people deserve nothing less than the best. Once again, welcome to this historic occasion. At this time, I invite to the podium Miss Janelle Brown.
The Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis is comprised of two beautiful islands. Since 2007, the Central Forest Reserve National Park was designated a protected area in an effort to preserve our nation's biodiversity and conserve our essential watershed facility. The park is an excellent site for educational activities, recreation, and research. Water conservation is very important for the well-being of our nationals and visitors alike. So along with the Central Forest Reserve National Park, the Camps River Watershed, Nevis Peak, and the Royal Bastia Valley sites have also been earmarked for water conservation. Our beautiful Booby Island is also a protected area because of its delicate ecosystem. We are proud of the beauty and uniqueness of St. Kitts and Nevis, and we strive to conserve, preserve, and protect our environment for years to come. The Royal Bastia Valley National Park is a huge 500-hectare aquifer located east of Bastia and through which runs the Kim Collins Highway. It was declared a national park in April 2011 to protect the well fields and underground aquifer, which supplies much of the potable water for Bastia. The Department of Environment and the Water Services Department are responsible for managing this national treasure. The site provides the opportunity to be an ideal location for family outings, jogging, biking, recreational activities, and hikes through lush vegetation and an abundant array of local fruit trees. We urge visitors and locals alike to help us to keep this site clean and pristine as we seek to conserve, preserve, and protect this vital water resource and local heritage treasure.
My name is Telka Daniel Wallace, and my relationship with the St. Mary's Biosphere Reserve goes back to since I was a child.
My name is Otis Jeffers. I'm a full-time farmer. I manage this farm, Produce Delight, and we are located in the St. Mary's Biosphere Reserve.
I am Dr. Heidi Bernstein from Suriname. I'm a biodiversity and environmental specialist. I came here as a UNESCO volunteer Earth Network expert. But you already have like a sketch.
It's about life.
It's about life.
It is about life.
Welcome to the UNESCO St. Mary's Biosphere Reserve. Thank you for visiting the UNESCO St. Mary's Biosphere Reserve.
The Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis is comprised of 2 beautiful islands. Since 2007, the Central Forest Reserve National Park was designated a protected area in an effort to preserve our nation's biodiversity and conserve our essential watershed facility. The park is an excellent site for educational activities, recreation, and research. Water conservation is very important for the well-being of our nationals and visitors alike. So along with the Central Forest Reserve National Park, the Camps River Watershed, Nevis Peak, and the Royal Bastia Valley sites have also been earmarked for water conservation. Our beautiful Booby Island is also a protected area because of its delicate ecosystem. We are proud of the beauty and uniqueness of St. Kitts and Nevis, and we strive to conserve, preserve, and protect our environment for years to come. The Royal Bastia Valley National Park is a huge 500-hectare aquifer located east of Bastia and through which runs the Kim Collins Highway. It was declared a national park in April 2011 to protect the well fields and underground aquifer, which supplies much of the potable water for Bastia. The Department of Environment and the Water Services Department are responsible for managing this national treasure. The site provides the opportunity to be an ideal location for family outings, jogging, biking, recreational activities, and hikes through lush vegetation and an abundant array of local fruit trees. We urge visitors and locals alike to help us to keep this site clean and pristine as we seek to conserve, preserve, and protect this vital water resource and local heritage treasure.
My name is Telka Daniel Wallace, and my relationship with the St. Mary's Biosphere Reserve goes back to since I was a child.
My name is Otis Jeffers. I'm a full-time farmer. I manage this farm, Produce Delight, and we are located in the St. Mary's Biosphere Reserve.
I am Dr. Heidi Bernstein from Suriname. I'm a biodiversity and environmental specialist. I came here as a UNESCO volunteer Earth Network expert. But you already have like a sketch.
It's about life.
It's about life.
It is about life.
Welcome to the UNESCO St. Mary's Biosphere Reserve. thank you for visiting the UNESCO St. Mary's Biosphere Reserve.
The Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis is comprised of two beautiful islands. Since 2007, the Central Forest Reserve National Park was designated a protected area in an effort to preserve our nation's biodiversity and conserve our essential watershed facility. The park is an excellent site for educational activities, recreation, and research. Water conservation is very important for the well-being of our nationals and visitors alike. So along with the Central Forest Reserve National Park, the Camps River Watershed, Nevis Peak, and the Royal Bastia Valley sites have also been earmarked for water conservation. Our beautiful Booby Island is also a protected area because of its delicate ecosystem. We are proud of the beauty and uniqueness of St. Kitts and Nevis, and we strive to conserve, preserve, and protect our environment for years to come. The Royal Bastia Valley National Park is a huge 500-hectare aquifer located east of Bastia and through which runs the Kim Collins Highway. It was declared a national park in April 2011 to protect the well fields and underground aquifer, which supplies much of the potable water for Bastia. The Department of Environment and the Water Services Department are responsible for managing this national treasure. The site provides the opportunity to be an ideal location for family outings, jogging, biking, recreational activities, and hikes through lush vegetation and an abundant array of local fruit trees. We urge visitors and locals alike to help us to keep this site clean and pristine as we seek to conserve, preserve, and protect this vital water resource and local heritage treasure.
My name is Telka Daniel Wallace, and my relationship with the St. Mary's Biosphere Reserve goes back to since I was a child.
My name is Otis Jeffers. I'm a full-time farmer. I manage this farm, Produce Delight, and we are located in the St. Mary's Biosphere Reserve.
I am Dr. Heidi Bernstein from Suriname. I'm a biodiversity and environmental specialist. I came here as a UNESCO volunteer Earth Network expert. But you already have like a sketch.
It's about life.
It's about life.
It is about life.
Welcome to the UNESCO St. Mary's Biosphere Reserve.
Moreover, they dictate what those qualifications are and how the profession of architecture is regulated. Not only is this not the norm in the region or internationally, but it also results in a blind spot of sorts, and that makes it so that anyone without regulation can apply for a license to offer architectural services, which in turn compromises proper procedure and puts service users, for example, the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, who are contracting architectural services, at risk with no recourse in the event of harm or damages. As it relates to consumer protection, the main purpose of any architectural regulatory body is to ensure that consumers receive good service from architects. Establishing the minimum qualification or standard for architects is a critical endeavor. This proposed Registration Act also provides consumer recourse for substandard service from registered architects. Design considerations unique to St. Kitts and Nevis. Madam Speaker, when designing buildings for St. Kitts and Nevis, there are several factors that must be considered, such as the unique history and culture evident in our architectural detailing, sustainability, especially detailing for hurricane conditions and seismic activity. And I pause here again to remind us of our sister Jamaica and its current challenges. I just a few minutes ago, read a post from CNN, and I think it's important for me to reflect on this with everyone. And the post reads, "Hell on earth, ravaged by Hurricane Melissa, in St. Kitts and Nevis." The amendments proposed in this bill will also address this particular issue. Additional amendments proposed will also ensure compliance with regional standards. St. Kitts and Nevis is one of the few CARIFORUM and CARICOM states without a functioning registration process for architects. To be able to take advantage of recent regional and international policy developments, such as the Mutual Recognition Agreements, MRA, of qualification for architects between the European Union and CARIFORUM, all participating countries must have a registration process for architects. Signing the MRA without establishing an architects registration board will allow foreign architects to practice freely in St. Kitts and Nevis without any reciprocity, and even more detrimental, it will allow them to offer services without partnering with any local architects as prescribed internationally. Madam Speaker, I want to take a moment to outline a few of the changes in this legislation, wrong folder, to provide even more context for the debate. I apologize for not doing so earlier. The bill proposes a few amendments since its last reading. Amendment of Section 8. The Act is amended by inserting immediately after subsection 4 new subsections: an architect who desires to carry on the practice of architecture in any year shall apply by the end of January of each year in the prescribed form to register for a certificate of authorization. Subject to the provisions of this section, the registrar shall, upon any payment of prescribed fee and the production of prescribed document, promptly issue an architect a certificate of authorization in the form prescribed. A certificate of authorization shall be valid for 1 year from the date of issue and shall expire on the anniversary of its issue. The registrar shall cause to be published in the Gazette and at least one newspaper of general circulation in St. Kitts and Nevis in February of every year the list of persons who have in that year been issued with a certificate of authorization. A copy of the Gazette and the newspaper referred to in subsection 8 shall be prima facie, did I pronounce that properly? Okay, good. Prima facie evidence in any court of the fact of the registration of the name of an architect and that he or she is a holder of a valid certificate of authorization. That First Amendment, Madam Speaker, speaks directly to the need for registration. And as I outlined before, registration helps with consumer protection, providing service users with recourse, takes into consideration designs unique to St. Kitts and Nevis for international architects and regional architects who want to work here in St. Kitts, mandating collaboration with local artists, and of course, compliance with regional bodies. Finally, on regional considerations, the CARICOM single market and economy is now in the advanced stages of establishing their Single Registration of Professionals Act for the Caribbean community, which makes it clear that registration in St. Kitts and Nevis is not only important, but imperative so that we are not steamrolled or blindsided by the progress happening around us. A critical amendment is Section 9. As it speaks to the establishment, but first let's speak to the establishment of the Architects Registration Board. To address the shortcomings outlined, the Act is being amended to legitimize the establishment of a sovereign regulatory body for the practice of architecture in the form of the Architects Registration Board. The Architects Registration Board, that section, is further amended in Schedule 1, and here we're replacing the expression registered architects with the expression architects who qualify to be registered pursuant to the provisions of the Act, and also replacing the expression registered architect with the expression architect who qualifies to be registered pursuant to the provisions of the Act and who shall be nominated by the Ministry of Sustainable Development. Inserting immediately after paragraph 1, subparagraph 2, the following new subparagraphs 3, 4, and 5. At least, and this is a composition of the board. At least one member appointed to the board shall be an architect whose practice is based in Nevis. At least one of the members appointed to the board shall be a well-established practitioner who does not possess the qualifications referred to in paragraph 1. I'll share an additional amendment to this section. but who is qualified to be an architect solely as a result of his or her vast experience in the field of architecture. The member referred to in 1B Section 3, who is not a registered architect, shall be an attorney at law. Madam Speaker, we have expanded the membership of the board to allow an attorney, membership from Nevis, as well as one member in the first year of the establishment of the board to be one who is, I want to read it clearly, a well-established practitioner who does not possess the qualifications referred to in paragraph 9b, but who is qualified to be an architect solely as a result of his or her vast experience. Our further amendment proposed here is that this member of the board serves solely for 1 year during our grandfather period. And I'll expound on this. The registration board will allow us to work between the Ministry of Sustainable Development, the St. Kitts Nevis Institute of Architects, the ministry in Nevis, legal support, and of course our practitioner. The board allows us, the board allows us to manage, control, and regulate this critical profession. Importantly, we have to speak to how one becomes a registered architect in St. Kitts and Nevis. The amendment of Section 9 of the Act is amended by replacing paragraph C as follows. He or she has had not less than 10 years of practical experience in architecture, where 5 of those 10 years was acquired in St. Christopher and Nevis, and he or she can prove his or her proficiency in the field of architecture to the satisfaction of the board in accordance with the provisions of the schedule. So to register as an architect through the Architects Registration Board, one requires specific qualifications of having a degree in architecture. However, we do recognize that here in St. Kitts and Nevis, not all persons practicing in this field have that particular certification. And so, our registration process allows for the grandfather clause. And what does this clause do for us? Our system of registration is unique in ways that our regional counterparts aren't, because in our work towards establishing it, it recognizes the inevitable implications for existing practitioners. A grandfather clause was mindfully incorporated into the Act to allow a grace period of 1 year. Thank you so much. To allow a grace period of 1 year to ease the process of those practitioners who are currently following best practices and may not have the academic qualifications but have amassed the requisite experience and portfolio to match. This comes through the amendment of Section 8, which notes, Section 8 of the Act is amended by inserting immediately after subsection 4, new subsections 5 and 6, an architect who desires to carry on the practice of architecture in any year shall apply by the end of January for the specific authorization. The architect, as I mentioned, must have 10 years experience, 5 of which have been amassed here, attained in St. Kitts. Madam Speaker, the registration process is very simple. Submission of your application using the forms that will be made available via an online platform upon the formation of the board. The form details what supplemental documents will be required. There will also be an application fee payable upon submission, which is in line with regional norms. There will also be an application is completed with confirmation of receipt and contact verification. With the receipt of each application, the ARB then verifies the validity of the contents, including testimonials and evidence of academic qualification. After the validity of the applications is confirmed, Each one is examined in accordance with the registration assessment document for evidence of requisite skills. Should an interview be required, the applicant will be contacted to arrange such. Further review of the application by the ARB with the benefit of the information obtained from the interview, and then of course applicants are notified. And I've taken the time to outline this process so that we see that it's fair, transparent, and equitable. The ARB assignment is to provide the Ministry of Finance with confirmation that each of its applicants who are duly registered are fit to provide the services of architecture in St. Kitts and Nevis, or rather services of an architect. The registrants will be assessed in 4 basic categories: pre-design, design, construction documentation, and contract administration. Now, as I mentioned, the grandfather clause, which will be in existence for 1 year post the establishment of the Architects Registration Board, offers those who do not have the qualifications, the degree in architecture, to register as an architect. For in St. Kitts and Nevis, with the passage of this law, only architects, registered architects, will be allowed to call themselves such and provide architectural services in St. Kitts and Nevis. But there are some ways in which we have allowed for the continuation of livelihoods of those persons who are deemed non-registerable. So, where one is not registered with the Architects Registration Board, there are limitations to the kind of services you can provide in St. Kitts and Nevis. The amendments proposed will limit non-registered architects to 25 projects up to 2,500 square feet. The previous legislation limited their services to projects of up to 1,500 square feet. But after extensive consultation, the ministry and its partners recognized that there was a need to look at regional norms and practices and extend that limit to 2,500 square feet. I want to read exactly, I'm not sure why you put everything together so well, and then the minute you're looking for the one thing you need to read, it just gets up and walk, but it's right here, I'll find it. It limits you to up to 2,500 square feet, 2 stories, not multi-story, and of course, if you're not an engineer, just as is the case now, your work has to be signed off by the requisite engineer. The Development Control and Planning Board, working very closely with the Architects Registration Board, will also not accept projects from non-registered architects beyond this particular limit. I want to take some time to speak about the consultation that we've had on this particular bill, noting that this was passed, the act was passed in 2010, and it's been a full 15 years since its passage, where the registration board has not been established. Now, we didn't get here as a ministry on our own. We have to thank today the St. Kitts Nevis Institute of Architects, who have been the champions for this bill, and they're joining us here in our gallery. I want to tell them thank you from the ministry, yes, and from the government for their stellar support in getting us to this point, leading on first contacting the ministry with interest in supporting the amendments to this bill, and of course dealing with the extensive consultation. And we've consulted widely with the Inland Revenue Department, with Nevis, the Ministry of Finance, the Development Planning and Control Board, and our architects widely to ensure that what we're presenting here in this bill today is a reflection of the need for standards and regulations to govern the sector. As I mentioned, the consultations also gave us an opportunity through the leadership of the SKNIA to present to our stakeholders how we intend to ensure every process in the architect's registration and the work of the board is governed. We've presented possible seals, certification, we've presented proposed payment schedules that govern how much you need to pay to register. What I want to stress also is the fact that registration with the Architects Registration Board will be the first step one takes should you want to provide architectural services in St. Kitts. And that's where it started. Previously, you went to the Ministry of Finance, you registered, you conducted your business. No recourse for users. Now, you must register with the Architects Registration Board, receive your certification, and then take that documentation to the Ministry of Finance to register your business to provide architectural services, and then you can practice. Of course, you must pay your regular annual registration fees, which are comparable to the region, but these will be discussed in more detail as the Architects Registration Board does nationwide consultation on all of the requirements to be established properly. Madam Speaker, it's important that I note again, as it relates to communication and public engagement, that the Ministry of Sustainable Development has taken its role in public engagement very seriously. We didn't want to disenfranchise and disempower any member of society, any practicing architect or non-architect, non-qualified architect, and we recognize the importance of allowing persons to maintain their livelihoods even through the upgraded stipulations to protect our users. And as such, having done the consultation, we are confident that the people of St. Kitts and Nevis will indeed support the recommendations we have made for establishing the Architects Registration Board with a wider membership and a legal representative, having the grandfather clause for 1 year with that qualified practitioner serving on the board for 1 year for that grandfather period. The grandfather period ends after that 1 year. The board continues its registration process, and every person registered with the Architects Registration Board will be considered a registered architect who can then submit plans, work on projects, and offer services to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. Again, bear in mind that non-registered architects will be limited in scope to their work of up to 2,500 square feet. But as I said, Madam Speaker, this limit was extended from 1,500 square feet as outlined in the bill from 2010. We have to also thank the Development Control and Planning Board for their support, the other members of the Ministry of Sustainable Development, and again, the St. Kitts Nevis Institute of Architects for supporting our work for the past year in consulting on this bill, in working on all the administrative sections to ensure that when we pass this bill, we can establish the board and have it housed comfortably at its new home, the Ministry of Sustainable Development. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you to the Honorable Senator Dr. Clark, mover of the bill. Is there another presenter? I recognize the Honorable Attorney General.
May it please you, Madam Speaker, I wish to debate the bill as a seconder, but I reserve my right to speak at the end of the debates just in case I have to clear up any legal issues.
Very well. Is there another presenter? Is there another presenter? Doesn't appear that way. Very well. I recognize the Honorable Attorney General. My apologies.
Yes. May it please you, Madam Speaker. We are before the Honorable House debating a short but important bill, as has been mentioned by the mover. It is an amendment bill to an act that was passed 15 years ago. I will spend my time just going through the changes that were made since the bill was first tabled February 22nd, 2024, which is more than a year and a half ago, just so that everyone can understand that after further consultation with the Architects Association and discussions with the ministry, there were some other changes that we intend to propose, which have been circulated to members, and which we intend to amend by way of committee stage. In the amendment of Section 8, there's the proposed addition, and that is the section that deals with registration. The addition of 5 new sections, which come after subsection 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, and they read as follows, Madam Speaker. An architect who desires to carry on the practice of architecture in any year shall apply by the end of January of each year and in the prescribed form to the registrar for a certificate of authorization. Subsection 6. Subject to the provisions of this section, the registrar shall, upon payment of the prescribed fee and the production of the prescribed document, promptly issue to an architect a certificate of authorization in the form prescribed. Subsection 7. A certificate of authorization shall be valid for 1 year from the date of issue and shall expire on the anniversary of its issue. Subsection 8. The registrar shall cause to be published in the Gazette and at least 1 newspaper of general circulation in St. Christopher and Nevis in February of every year a list of persons who have in that year been issued with a certificate of authorization. And subsection 9. A copy of the Gazette and the newspaper referred to in subsection 8 shall be prima facie evidence in any court of the fact of the registration of the name of an architect and that he or she is the holder of a valid certificate of authorization. So as referenced by the mover of the bill, this is an important addition in the process under the amendment, the proposed amended bill. There's also an amendment to clause 6, and that is clause 3C, which says that he or she has had not less than 10 years of practical experience in architecture, where 5 of those 10 years was acquired in St. Christopher and Nevis, and he or she can prove his or her proficiency in the field of architecture to the satisfaction of the board in accordance with the provisions of the prescribed guidelines. There's also a proposed amendment to section 27 by replacing certificates and other documents with certificates, code of professional conduct and other documents. And there is also a short amendment to add section 29, which is a transition clause referenced by the mover, which says that section 9C shall cease to have effect 1 year after the board commences, which is allowing them 1 year to come into the registration process. It's what we call a sunset provision, Madam Speaker. And the last one is to insert new paragraphs into clause 10 by replacing registered architects with architects who qualify to be registered pursuant to the provisions of this Act in both 1B1 and 1B2. So I just wanted to go through before we went to committee stage so everyone has an understanding of what the changes are. Some of them are fairly cosmetic, some of them are for clarification purposes, and some of them are to clear up the process that has to be done before an architect is registered. So as I said when I started, Madam Speaker, it's a short amendment bill, but it's very important. It's been 15 years in the making, and now we can truly say, if this bill receives support from this Honorable House, that the architecture industry is truly regulated and they can manage their own affairs, similar to what is done in the medical profession, similar to what is done in the legal profession, similar to what is done in the nursing profession, and many other professions, so that they can move forward in a professional manner. And that is my contribution, and I support the bill, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the Honorable Attorney General. Seconder of the bill. I recognize the Honorable Dr. Clark, mover of the bill, to do her wrap-up.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise to wind up the debate on the bill shortly entitled the Architects Registration Amendment Bill 2025. Madam Speaker, as I close, I remind us that The strengths of this amendment bill lies in 5 key things: the professionalization and regulation of the industry, introducing the formal standards and preventing unqualified persons from offering architectural services, public protection, which is key, which ensures only competent professionals engage in architectural work that impact public safety, ethical oversight, where it establishes a disciplinary structure and codes of conduct for architects, transparency in public access to information, and the registry promotes accountability, and lastly, reciprocity and temporary licensing, allowing flexibility for foreign collaboration while maintaining standards for St. Kitts and Nevis. I'm very pleased that we have gotten to this point after a year and a half of work from a very dedicated team of architects from the SKNIA. I cannot thank them enough, Madam Speaker, for leadership. This is clear evidence of what we speak about when we talk about sustainability.
Please finish your sentence. It currently ends abruptly and
That's
is
AI, and I don't know what that is. Oh, no, it didn't. It's listening. It's listening. But no, I want to say, I didn't make up this speech. My speech was from the brilliant team that you see. I have to do it because I have to do it. From the brilliant team of architects that sit right here who have contributed to every word. It's not for you, it's for them. For contributing so brilliantly to the research, to the work, and of course to the presentation this afternoon. Madam Speaker, I wish this bill safe passage through this honorable House.
Thank you to the Honorable Senator, Dr. Clark. The question is that the bill shortly entitled Architects Registration Amendment Bill 2024 be read a second time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to amend the Architects Registration Act and for related matters, otherwise known as the Architects Registration Amendment Bill 2024.
The bill shortly entitled Architects Registration Amendment Bill 2024 has been read a second time. House moves to committee stage. Proceed.
Clause 1.
Oh.
Yes, Madam Chair, my apologies. We were just clarifying an issue.
Yes, please.
In clause 1, we humbly recommend that the bill be renamed according to what is in the title, which is Architects Registration Amendment Act 2025. The amendment was missing.
Conservation. Our beautiful Booby Island is also a protected area because of its delicate ecosystem. We are proud of the beauty and uniqueness of St. Kitts and Nevis, and we strive to conserve, preserve, and protect our environment for years to come. The Royal Bastia Valley National Park is a huge 500-hectare aquifer located east of Bastia and through which runs the Kim Collins Highway. It was declared a national park in April 2011 to protect the well fields and underground aquifer, which supplies much of the potable water for Bastia. The Department of Environment and the Water Services Department are responsible for managing this national treasure. The site provides the opportunity to be an ideal location for family outings, jogging, biking, recreational activities, and hikes through lush vegetation and an abundant array of local fruit trees. We urge visitors and locals alike to help us to keep this site clean and pristine as we seek to conserve, preserve, and protect this vital water resource and local heritage treasure.
My name is Telka Daniel Wallace, and my relationship with the St. Mary's Biosphere Reserve goes back to since I was a child.
My name is Otis Jeffers. I'm a full-time farmer. I manage this farm, Produce Delight, and we are located in the St. Mary's Biosphere Reserve.
I am Dr. Heidi Bernstein from Suriname. I'm a biodiversity and environmental specialist. I came here as a UNESCO volunteer Earth Network expert. But you already have like a sketch.
It's about life.
It's about life.
It is about life.
Welcome to the UNESCO St. Mary's Biosphere Reserve. thank you for visiting the UNESCO St. Mary's Biosphere Reserve.
The Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis is comprised of two beautiful islands. Since 2007, the Central Forest Reserve National Park was designated a protected area in an effort to preserve our nation's biodiversity and conserve our essential watershed facility. The park is an excellent site for educational activities, recreation, and research. Water conservation is very important for the well-being of our nationals and visitors alike. So along with the Central Forest Reserve National Park, the Camps River Watershed, Nevis Peak, and the Royal Bastia Valley sites have also been earmarked for water conservation. Our beautiful Booby Island is also a protected area because of its delicate ecosystem. We are proud of the beauty and uniqueness of St. Kitts and Nevis, and we strive to conserve, preserve, and protect our environment for years to come. The Royal Bastia Valley National Park is a huge 500-hectare aquifer located east of Bastia and through which runs the Kim Collins Highway. It was declared a national park in April 2011 to protect the well fields and underground aquifer, which supplies much of the potable water for Bastia. The Department of Environment and the Water Services Department are responsible for managing this national treasure. The site provides the opportunity to be an ideal location for family outings, jogging, biking, recreational activities, and hikes through lush vegetation and an abundant array of local fruit trees. We urge visitors and locals alike to help us to keep this site clean and pristine as we seek to conserve, preserve, and protect this vital water resource and local heritage treasure.
My name is Telka Daniel Wallace, and my relationship with the St. Mary's Biosphere Reserve goes back to since I was a child.
My name is Otis Jeffers. I'm a full-time farmer. I manage this farm, Produce Delight, and we are located in the St. Mary's Biosphere Reserve.
I am Dr. Heidi Bernstein from Suriname. I'm a biodiversity and environmental specialist. I came here as a UNESCO volunteer Earth Network expert. But you already have like a sketch.
It's about life.
It's about life.
It is about life.
Welcome to the UNESCO St. Mary's Biosphere Reserve.
stage. Committee stage resumes. Sorry.
Clause 1.
Madam Chair, we beg your leave for the expression Architects Registration Act be replaced with the expression Architects Registration Amendment Act 2025 in Clause 1.
The question is that Clause 1, as amended and circulated, stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Clauses 1, 2, 3, and 4.
The question is that clauses 1 through to 4 stand part of the bill. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
Madam Chair, it's proposed that Clause 5 be amended as per the document circulated to members.
The question is that Clause 5, as amended and circulated, stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Clause 6.
Madam Chair, it is humbly proposed that Clause 6 be amended as per the document circulated to members.
The question is that Clause 6, as amended and circulated, stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Chair, it's proposed that a new Clause 8 be introduced, which is an amendment to Section 27 in the Substantive Act, as circulated to members.
So prior to that, we did Clause 6. We didn't say to renumber. Prior to insertion of the Clause 8, we spoke to Clause 6. So that's what we didn't do. We didn't say that we should renumber. No, I didn't. Yes, I just said as circulated.
Yes, sorry. So, yes, there should be renumbering accordingly. Yes.
So the question is that the renumbering after the amendment of Section 8 stand part of the bill. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. Sorry, so now we can go to the new Clause 8.
Yes, Madam Chair, I propose that in new Clause 8 be the amendment to Section 27 as circulated to members.
So the question is that the new Clause 8, as amended and circulated, stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Chair, I also recommend that a new Clause 9 be added, which is a transition period I referenced during the debate, as circulated to members.
Yes. The question is that Clause 9 be inserted and stand part of the bill as circulated. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. No, we have 10.
Oh yes. And Madam Chair, I humbly recommend that Section 10 be included, which is an amendment to Schedule 1, as circulated to members.
The question is that Clause 10, as amended and circulated, stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The enacting clause.
The question is that the enacting clause stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The title.
The question is that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. House resumes. I recognize the Honorable Senator Dr. Clark.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the bill shortly entitled the Architects Registration Amendment Bill 2025 has passed to committee stage with amendments. And I now move that the bill shortly entitled the Architects Registration Bill Amendment Bill 2025 be read a third time and passed into law.
I recognize the honourable member for St. Christopher 1.
Speaker.
The question is that the bill shortly entitled Architects Registration Amendment Bill 2025 be read a third time and passed into law. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to amend the Architects Registration Act and for related matters, otherwise known as the Architects Registration Amendment Bill 2025.
The bill shortly entitled Architects Registration Amendment Bill 2025 has been read a third time and passed into law. Can you proceed?
Motions, resolutions, adjournment.
Anyone speaking on the adjournment? I recognize the honourable member for St. Christopher 1.
Madam Speaker, on adjournment, I just wish to invite the entire community of East Bastia and the extension to the Newtown Community Centre. Soon will be renamed, where we are having our belly full takeaway dinner. You eat as much as your container can hold. Starting at 7:30, and while you wait for your dinner, you're going to be treated with your soup and your hors d'oeuvres and that kind of stuff. That's how we do it in the East. So I invite everyone out. Only $30, and you can leave a little bit more just in case. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Is there any other mentions on the adjournment? Just briefly, I'd like to thank the honourable members for wearing their hues and shades of pink as we recognize what we dub here in St. Kitts Nevis today as Pink Friday. I'd like to reiterate to the general public that the Parliament of St. Christopher and Nevis stands united in love and solidarity with all who have faced or continue to face issues in relation to breast cancer. That is about it in relation to the announcements. May we have the motion for the adjournment?
Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable... Sorry, adjournment, or would you like to say something on the adjournment?
The adjournment.
You may proceed, honourable member.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move the motion that this House stands adjourned sine die.
Well, is there a second? I recognize the honourable member for St. Christopher.
Second the motion, Madam Speaker.
The question is that the House stands adjourned sine die. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. House stands adjourned sine die.